a northerner. Now still the same game on I won't play again in 2027. So after 4 years of Tinubu, you want a southerner to do 8 years, 12 years. You see am? You see am? Same thing with those supporting Article 2007. After 4 years of Article 2000 to 2031, you want a northerner till 8 years. So please, Mona put on a Mona think before na speak. You understand me? We have missed the chances in 2023. So you should accept the fact that, and by the way, if Obi decide to be the presidential candidate of this coalition, a lot of PDP guys will not support him. If Atiku becomes the presidential candidate of this coalition, a lot of obedience will not support him. That is the fact. Some of them are even saying it must be Obi, it must be Obi. Now tell me, Atiku's supporters, will you support Obi? Answer. If Atiku becomes the presidential candidate, obedience, be sincere, will you support Atiku? Thank
Okay,
you.
it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Don Santos, what do you want us? You want us to, all of us, to go to Otuoke and lie down in front of Jonathan's gate and say, Baba Jonah, please come and run. Person where you the advocate for,
Okay.
not the advocate
Let
for
me
things for
answer you.
himself. What's all this noise?
Okay, it's okay. Let me answer you. When Obasanjo was in prison, did people not beg him to contest? Did they not release him to contest? People no beg him. Yaradua, people.
So they
Hold
went to
on.
prison
You
to
asked
beg
me
him.
question now. Yaradua, people no beg him to contest. Eh? Yaradua, people no beg him. Good luck, Jonathan. 2040, people no beg him to contest. Ifeanyi Uba, let Ifeanyi Uba, they no beg him. Transformational ambassadors of Nigeria, they no beg him. Buhari, they no beg him. When Buhari, 2011, he lost the election. He said he will never contest again.
Sorry,
He said he will never
sorry,
contest again. They
Dos
no beg him.
Santos, sorry,
So what are we talking
can I
about?
chip in? Sorry, Dos Santos, don't you think Jonathan has a lot of debt in his cupboard by the APC? You know these people in the APC right now, they don't play fair. They are very dirty, and they will use everything against you. Obviously, Jonathan has been in power, and he looted seriously in that power.
Okay, now
Though
let
he
me
did his
ask you.
job, no
So,
problem. Hold on,
okay.
let me land so that you can get my full question. Sorry, my apologies. Don't you think they will bring up those debt against him when it comes to 2027 election? Knowing that you're playing with dirty people, like I
Okay,
said earlier.
dirty people. Now let me answer you. Since Jonathan left office 2015, show me one EFCC case that indicts him that Jonathan you stole. The former minister of sport under Jonathan, he went to APC, he was made the publicity secretary of APC. He wrote a book. He said Jonathan is not corrupt. I've forgotten his name. He's from Kwara State. He's loyal to Saraki. You understand? He said Jonathan is not corrupt. In every government, there's no way your cabinet member, those around you, will not steal or will not corrupt. Tinubu, people need a thief. Buhari, upon all the in Mr. Integrity, people around him, they're not thief. Obasanjo, people around him, even if Peter Obi becomes the president, he say people around him no go thief. That's how it has been. So Jonathan himself is not corrupt. So it's as simple as ABC.
So you're trying to tell me Jonathan didn't steal one era when he served?
Michael,
Is that what you're saying?
listen. Every right thinking northerner, listen. Every
It's
right
okay, it's okay,
thinking
it's okay, it's
northerner.
okay, it's okay, it's okay.
You have
I
to,
don't want to.
anyways, I'm
Yeah, I
here.
don't think that's even an argument. I'm here to talk politics. I'm here to talk. I don't care.
Yeah, no be politics with the talk.
No,
Is it
no,
not
no.
politics,
To
guys?
not start arguing whether he stole money or not, that's not part of. It's not in the scope. We don't care.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
See,
All right.
every
Let's move
right
on.
thinking northerner.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Every
Let's move
right
on.
thinking northerner. We not want to support someone that will do 8 years in office or shorten their term. They prefer to even vote for Tinubu to waste that 4 years,
All
wait
right.
that
All
4
right.
years
You're
and
already
get their
repeating yourself, Dos
2031.
Santos. Michael, go on.
Okay, Deji, anyways, we don't want to talk much. I just want to hear everybody's opinion. You see, I think to begin with, there comes a stage in someone's life where he knows he's done for. It's called the retirement age. Just sit back and relax and watch other people do the things. And that's where I feel Atiku specifically is at. That's where he is. That's the junction Atiku is. Because I don't know what Atiku is. He fails to read the room every single time. Sorry, apologies. He doesn't know when to do some things. You just want to keep pushing and pushing. That sometimes you just need to retreat, to draw back and sit down and look at people do their things. Atiku should just first relax. He has no business contest in 2027. Because if you look at every dynamics, it doesn't even play to his own court at all. Everything is working against him. So you should go and sit down first. To the coalition, there have to be a coalition. Else, if we go into 2027 with Tinubu, I'm saying Shishi will win. I am saying this now, yeah, Deji. The moment I see everybody is going individually, Obi is going on his own, this one is going on their own, I wouldn't even waste my time going to vote 2027. I'll just sit there in my house, chill on Netflix. If I deal with one babe, no wahala, I've got to vote inside the bed, no problem.
So, Michael, what's stopping it? Why are they not coming together?
That's what I'm saying. Obviously, the thing is the pride issue. There's an egocentric problem here. Everybody feels they're important and nobody wants to bow for one another. Obi feels he has the youth on his side. He has 6 million votes. Oh, yes, I'm a boss. I can't be deputizing anybody again. Maybe the El Rufai camps think they own the nuts and they have the number, so you have to bow before me before I can give you what you want. So there is a big egocentric issue here. And if you look at our political parties, they are crashing. And this even makes me big because Ima, sorry, are you there, Ima? Sorry. Ima, are you there? Sorry. All right, I think Ima is busy because I could have loved to ask him a question. Okay, all right, Ima, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask because if you look at this whole thing, Ima, if you look at the whole political dynamics right now and the whole atmosphere, we can see everything is working against the APC when it comes to them losing their votes. They have run this country into the ground and people are tired of them. So I wonder how people are still moving into the APC from the PDP side, even from the Labour. But I'm just wondering, how are they getting more governors from the PDP side? And I'm still shocked about this thing. Is it that they have something against the PDP governors or something? I mean, if you can just give me a 30 minutes reply, I will appreciate that, please.
Okay, sorry. I don't think they have anything. What do you have against a sitting governor? The reality is that governors are looking at opposition. There's a new electoral law. By December, I remember Deji, if you remember, I think 2 months ago when you had this space, I was shouting about this thing that, political parties will start their primaries in the next few months. Now you look at PDP, there's a leadership crisis. You don't even know who is national secretary, who is not national secretary. You say you want to do coalition, there's no direction. Till today, you don't even know whether there's coalition or no coalition. Your next bet as a PDP, as a governor, who probably in their own thinking, because I do not support it, who is probably looking for how he will win an election, is to look at, okay, which party is more organized, which party is able to secure or give me what I'm looking for. They go and strike a deal with the president, and then the president gives them what they are looking for. So, sincerely speaking, it's not about why PDP or not. It's just the fact that these guys are looking at how to protect their own interests. Like they say, politics is about interest, and if you have an opposition party or a coalition there's no direction till this moment, I don't know if if the coalition will work or not. So it's a problem. Obviously, it's going to be a problem. If you look at Akwa Ibom is doing it because of Akpabio. He's scared maybe Akpabio will probably come after him. But he just felt maybe it's the best way for me to align. So I'll get my ticket. Akpabio gets his ticket. Everybody is happy and he moves on. So I don't know. It's if there's a serious conversation from the opposition, I believe that these alignments will not happen. But there's no serious conversation, so that's why you see this, movements going on. And it's not just the PDP thing. I can tell you that more than half of the LP lawmakers are actually not even in sync with Obi. I know I have a friend that will talking, and they were like, they want Obi to contest so that they can retain their
Yeah,
seats. So it's all politics. That's the truth. It's all politics. Everybody is looking out for himself.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
Deji, sorry, to round up my point, I just feel, Ima, yeah, I appreciate your answer. I guess, yeah, you have a point, but I still think there's something wrong. I mean, if all governors can't even come together and say, okay, let's fix our house, even though we are having a problem, I mean, there's something wrong somewhere. But back to the to my submission, to land it all so that we can. I don't want to hold the mic for too long. I just feel without a coalition, there is no uncertain Tinubu. Obi can't do it alone. The SDP can't do it alone, and the PDP can't do it alone. We need to unite and unseat these people in power. Thank you, Deji.
all right. Thank you very much, Michael. Um, let's move on. So, Yusuf, please go on.
Yusuf, your turn, please.
All right, let's move on. Um, Kema, Kema, are you there? All right, Doctor
Yes, I'm
Prof.
here. Yes, I'm here.
All
I'm
right,
here.
go on.
Oh, I didn't even know I was here. Thank you very much. Okay, let me start with there's this guy that spoke initially, the APC guy that spoke. I wanted to make some clarifications about
Come on,
yeah,
greet you.
thank you. So I meant to make some clarifications. So
My man.
Nigeria is 60 how many years? Okay, we want to talk about how many times, how many years from the north, how many years from the south. Let us even remove military rule, which shows that there's been a significant northern predominance. We had a second republic, we had a third republic. So if you add Shagari's time, which was also a democratic process, when people keep saying that Nigeria started in 1999, it's being selectively disingenuous because you need to look at it in a holistic sense. Nigeria did not start in 1999. Nigeria had a democratic state even before 1960 or in the 60s in the republic, the first republic. So when you want to talk about, yeah, it's the turn of the north, it's the turn of the north, it's just because you want to cry. And that is one thing I know about conversations. When you keep repeating these things, it sticks. People think it's the norm. So please, whether it is a north, time of the north, time of it now, we should let us think holistically. Yes, and the other speaker was trying to rationalize. He spoke well of one part. He didn't come to terms with everything. But I think that if we also want to be very, very, very optimistic, yeah, we want to be not optimistic. This is not about optimism now. This is about reality. First reality I wanted to create is that on one hand, the Democrat, the coalition, we know behind the scene that Atiku intends to want to lead the coalition for a 4-year term. Let's ask the first reason is that Atiku needs to go with Obi to run effectively. But on the other hand, Obi does not need Atiku in a race to run. Obi only needs Atiku to support him from the flip side. And I asked the question, actually to Ima, my brother here, and I want him to ask me his direct answer. If Atiku supports Obi, he doesn't run. Obi even goes with Dati, for instance. And Atiku gives the behind the scene support to Obi, tactical support. Will it be a coalition that will be successful? On the other hand, if Peter Obi does not run and Atiku gets somebody else, and Obi supports Atiku from the side with Obi, do you think Atiku will win? I'm asking that question to Ima directly. Which of the two so-called coalition? Because one, Atiku needs Obi in a ticket. Obi does not need Atiku in a ticket. So if they all go by the side and they support each other, which of them will have a greater weight? I would like to ask Ima if he will be able to answer. Thank you. Because this is important for him to answer this question, for us to really know if you want to measure. For me, I like to when I make decisions in life, even in as little as buying a phone, I put scores to it. The first score is the fact that none of these people can run, not because APC is fantastic, because we are running we are running a political environment that is not normal. So I cannot be talking rationally. I cannot be talking normally in this scenario. So because if we were talking in a normal scenario, we would definitely know that APC stands absolutely no chance. Good. So in this sense now, when we are trying to put a score on who to put first
in a ball, considering the issues with the younger northern politicians. If Atiku needs an Obi ultimately to run, Obi does not need Atiku at all. But Atiku, so the question is, if Atiku is on the flip side and he supports an Obi candidates, president and vice, or Atiku Obi is at the flip side and support, which of them will be more weighty in terms of in the coalition? Thank you very much.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. My brother Kema, I greet you once again. Kema, we've been friends for, I think more than 20 years from university days. So I believe that you know my stand most times when I speak right from school days. It will be the height of deceit if anybody says that P2B doesn't need Atiku. And if I come here and I tell you that Atiku doesn't need P2B, they both need themselves. As to who becomes the candidate, I've said it obviously. It's not in my place to decide that. I think it was in your space, Deji, again, that I said I leave it to both of them. They are matured. If any of them becomes president or vice president, they are going to be the best beneficiary of that office, not me. My own job is to support and see how I can give them the best, push that I can give to them so that they can actualize their ambition. The two of them can talk it out. After all, they've been
Hold
vice
on, hold on.
presidential candidate and
So
presidential
obviously,
candidate.
Lovex,
Yeah.
based on what you said now, so that
Mm.
simply means if this calculation, if they negotiate all this negotiation and it actually does work out, and Obi, ends up, getting the upper hand, you are going to fully back it.
Mm. See, I've never come. That's the thing that many times many of them comes and think. I try as much as possible in the last few months not to talk about Obi. You should tell you one thing that I have said that I want coalition. I'm not going to come and say I want coalition for Atiku. But you have to be more realistic, just like what Dos Santos said. If you say Obi, yes, are you going to sign and say you will do only one thing? Will you use your mouth openly and say that you will do only one thing? I was watching Arise when he went for the last interview. And the interviewer asked him that, is it not proper for you to support Atiku so that you run on a fresh term of 8 years? And he couldn't really give an answer to that question, on Arise. So, if the coalition comes out to say, oh, it's Obi, and I genuinely want coalition to work, why? Why not? But you see, it's going to be on certain conditions. So let us be truthful to ourselves. If Obi decides and he says it openly, he writes, he's campaigning, he says people can hold him. Why not? It's fine because it is something that started. You cannot, in one breath, say, "Oh, you don't want to do, you don't want to do, you will not keep to the term." No, because you're the one that championed it. And you see, in another breath, people can come out and say, "Is it not hypocrite? Are we not being hypocritic if you keep on championing this southern conversation when in Edo State election, the candidate that APC got, despite the cries of some Edo State Edo State indigents who were obedient and said, Olumide Akpata is from the south, even a distant relation with Obaseki. And a lot of people said, oh, it's not about zoning. A lot of obedient folks kept on championing it. It's not about zoning, it's about competence. So you cannot in one breath come out and say, oh, you want zoning when it fits you. And then another breath and say you do not want zoning when it doesn't fit you. So you decide what you want. And that's why I will end on this note. If he comes out and he says it's only one term or he gives, assurance to the North. He mounts it. It's not just you say it in the room. Every campaign you are saying it. You see that people will support him. Even the North will probably align.
But do you
So
think do
that's
you
what
think
me I think.
Atiku can do that sort of thing as well? speak on 4 years and all of that.
Atiku has openly said that he's ready to say it everywhere. He wants to do one thing.
Oh, but
So that's why I said is Obi. No. That's why you see I do not want to come out here to
no.
say
I just
I'm
wanted to
pushing any
think. I just wanted
candidate.
to chip in. Like,
Uh-huh.
do you think it's
So
real?
these are I'm throwing back the question to that these are the real hard decisions. It's not just saying obedience, Obi. No problem. But there are conversations that the North are quietly
Okay.
waiting.
But
All
There
right.
was an agenda that started. You understand? So that agenda now, you people started in 2023. The North have said, okay, no problem. 2031, I hope
Ima,
we will not have
sorry, Ima,
issue
All right.
sorry.
power getting back to us.
Sorry, Deji, can I just throw in this? Just 30 seconds, please. But Ima, realistically, do you think anybody right now can just do 4 years and say, I'm done? Do you think in politics right now?
Why won't it happen? See, like I said, if you listen to me carefully, I did not say it in meeting. Say it in campaign ground. When you're going to campaign, by that you've bound yourself already. You've said it, so you can't go back on your words publicly. Everybody has heard you say it. You understand? So that's what me I
Yeah.
think.
All right.
It's a big is an issue that if you say you want your man to be president, you must throw the cards. But the judge from which said any that he wants Southern president, they now asked him who amongst the South that will come out and say, oh, he must do. He said yes, the person that he will champion it, he must do one thing. So now I'm asking that same question because I've seen a lot of my friends from the obedient camp say, oh, Obi, no problem. Are you ready to champion the conversation for Obi to do only one thing? This is a critical question. If you're ready, then it gives room to say everybody will now say, okay, now we are talking. Let us start
All
politics.
right. Thank you. All right, guys. 2 minutes, quick engagements. I don't know who has any questions, or we should move on quickly.
Sorry, but in all honesty, they didn't answer the direct question. The direct question was article on a ballot requires an OB absolutely based on the coalition has its rights. OB on the ballot will not need an article. The article has been vice president already. So I'm asking the two scenarios. Now, since it's absolute, it looks
And I've answered you, and I said it's not possible because Obi himself has actually contested with that article, and we've seen the end product. We've seen both of them contest, and we saw the end product. We've seen both of them contest separately. We've seen the end product.
jointly.
Both of them
How many votes did
contested
they put
together. They
together,
got
please?
11 million
Jointly in
votes.
2019, how many votes did they put in? Because
When
mathematics.
it was 11 million votes that they had, 11 million votes that they had jointly, 11.
Okay.
So they ran separately, and they had 6. Atiku had 6.9. He had, I think, 6.1. If you want to sum it up, about 13 million votes. So this conversation is not. See, I will be delusional if I say that if both of them run, that everybody who supported Obi will vote for both of them. It's not going to be possible. But the reality is that will they be able to shake the APC?
You,
100%.
you are
And
correct.
it's a
Okay,
conversation
okay.
we can
Let's
have.
leave. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Crocs. Welcome. Who is responsible for the blockage of this coalition? I don't know. What do you think?
Is that the question directly to me?
That's literally the topic of this.
Uh, okay, I will speak. I will touch different topic. I will touch article, touch northern disposition, then
Just to
finalize.
say, guys, Dr. Cox, hold on. This is strictly political. There are some people in my DM. Oh, is this what you are supposed to be doing? This is governance. Oh, Tinubu by the board. No, we will do that tomorrow. Today, we are doing permutations, calculations. We are cutting it, dicing it, analyzing it, break it down. No ambiguities, just specifics. What is your pathway to this to this in this next election? How do you see the political gladiators, moving? What, from your own vantage point, how do you see this chessboard? Please go on, Dr. Crooks or Croc.
Yeah. Yeah. So um, I would say from the last election, I used to think very highly of Atiku. I used to think like he's a very big political player. You know, I'm not underestimating what he has accomplished, but when it comes to politics, I think Atiku is grossly overestimated. His first last chance was 2023. Everything, all the odds were in his favor, including the monetary policy, the sabotage by uh, APC chairman, trying to bring another northern after Buhari. All those things were playing right into his hand, but somehow, he missed the opportunity by allowing his party to be divided. You can say, hey, those people left him, but of course, that's politics for you. He underestimated Wike, what the kind of damage Wike can cause. Kwankwaso left PDP, Obi2 left PDP. They could have held Obi down. He would have begged Obi even before Obi went to Labour. But somehow, all those things slipped off. That shows certain level of weakness. So that's it for Atiku. I don't think he's this time around, this 2027. I don't think Atiku will even win primary. He escaped that 2023 narrowly, even because of Tambuwal. Atiku wouldn't have won that primary. Wike gave him a very big blow. Wike, Atiku struggled to win that 2023. So this 2027, even primary, no go win. For Erufai no go even get party self. That is the P that is in right now. There will be chaos inside. Just mark my word. For Obi tried, but this 2023 is going to be tough for him. It will be really tough. Now, I want to say this. No politician alive, dead or alive, has mastered or has gathered the level of gravitas that Jagaban has gathered. And I will explain to you why. Dead or alive. But before I speak about that, let me make a little commentary about what the Northern Elders Forum were saying recently. They were threatening that the North would decide who will be the president. I just laughed when I heard that statement. And I say, I don't know why we Nigerians will forget very quickly. Buhari led one of the most divisive, violent Islamic Arewa from 1999, 2003 till 2011. We saw one of the highest violence. There is no amount of violence that will come or that has happened. There is not, Nigeria endured the worst of anything Arewa can do. Anything, any threat that can come from Arewa under when Buhari was campaigning, when he lost the 2011 campaign. Riot in Kaduna, hundreds of lives were lost. In Kano, the same thing. In short, there was a quote, I don't know what that truly he said, that he said, baboon's blood will flow on the street. So there is no threat, not that. I don't know why they quickly forget what really happened. That Buhari did Arewa-centric campaign. He's one of the most popular Arewa figure with the cult followership, yet he couldn't become president of Nigeria. So I don't know why they think they can be able to repeat that template to intimidate the rest of the country. I really do not understand how they are thinking. But Buhari tried it, he failed woefully until Southwest extended hand of fellowship to him. They saw it. This is a very recent history, but I don't know why they are coming out to threaten that Arewa would decide in 6 months if the rest of the country should join the rest of the country join them, they will go alone. What I don't even know what that means. But my permutation is that I think they are going to declare Arewa Republic. That is my inclination, because if you listen to the way he spoke in Hausa, that's where they are leading to. Some of them are already pushing some. There are some imams that are already talking towards that direction. All right, so I will drop that. Then I will speak finally on Jagaban and why I say he's the greatest political jiu-jitsu player. Now, most of us don't know a lot of things about Jagaban, but for you to consolidate power in Nigeria, you need certain powerful things, very, very powerful weapons and tools for you to win. And I analyzed all the politicians in Nigeria, whether dead or alive. There's only one person that has fulfilled those criteria. One, and it's Jagaban. That's why when I see all this coalition they are playing, I'll just love them. See, now the number one tool is money. Money, if you have money. And when I say money, bastard money that is useless. Jagaban has a philosophy that what money cannot buy does not exist. Another of his philosophy is that what money cannot buy, more money can buy. That's how he thinks. And he made sure with the toll gate in Lagos, with all those system and all the business network that he has created to gather a lot of money. I was shocked when I heard Erufai speaking recently. Erufai said that Jagaban has never given him shishi of his money. That all those money Jagaban is sharing, that he has never begged Jagaban for. That was when I knew and understood how powerful the amount of money that Jagaban has. Because if Erufai is saying that Jagaban has never given him a dime and he has never asked him, the thing was making me, I started to wonder, I said, okay. Now, secondly, I just made mention of money. Jagaban has that money in excess. If you notice, Atiku is broke now. He has, if you have participated in local election, just these are local councillorship, chairmanship, or even as of president we're doing, you will know how much an individual spent to campaign in posters and going around meeting traditional leaders and also talk more of national level. You see, the last election, Okowa had to go and loan 100 billion naira from the state government to come and sponsor Atiku campaign. I don't know why Jagaban people have not even...
Please. Sorry, I beg. When we speak here, let us speak with facts. Can you bring any fact that he loaned 100 billion to use and sponsor? Let's not just talk because I
Sorry,
understand everybody have
let him
biases.
finish. Let him
All
finish.
right,
You
fine.
don't make any sense. Make people come they
All
give us
right,
lamba. We've passed
all right.
that stage, I beg.
Okay. He was about to leave his governorship. He requested
No interruptions except during engagement.
he requested 400 billion. I understand what you're trying to say. Fine. I move on. Money, he has it. Atiku doesn't have any money anymore. And now, secondly, you need international connection and network. You see, they use the international formula on Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. They use Obama. Do you know what it means for the president of the most powerful country, one of the largest civilizations in the history of humanity, to come out and give commentary about the election that's going to happen in your country? That was what Obama did. When during the election, he came out and gave a speech to Nigerians. So these guys, all their Jagaban and their Buhari, everybody teamed up to incite, to trigger their international connection, to intimidate Goodluck Jonathan. They can't do that to Jagaban, this coalition that they are forming right now, because the guy is connected to that level that they can go. He's there. The guy is friends to all the president, both current and former president in African countries. Go to Guinea, Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, all this Ghana, all these people are networks that he has. You want carry and go US, be UK, be you want carry and go France with the Shagun.
No, no get for US. No US, so no US.
Anyway, that's just the point I'm making. He has the network. That's just the point I'm making. He has the network. Even if US is not there, he has Paris. Even we know what that person where they feed you, another side that most of you here are ignoring. Jagaban has networks of media, journalists, top journalists in Nigeria that are under his payroll. You saw how he handled TVC. Who know among you here who know his connection with Aviation Magazine? And who here knows that he was part of the people who formed this Kudirat Radio, 1996. He was part of those people. He knows the power of using media. And then, if you come to security, sophisticated network in DSS, how Emefiele was even running, Buhari has to give as military boys to protect him from DSS arresting him. Plus, whenever even become president, he already had influence with the DSS. So, but that's it. And then finally, his power of symbolism. This guy knows that he's going to become president. He has been planning, programming, and preparing all those things. So all these move that this coalition are doing is very funny. I don't think they can even scratch this guy, and I don't think we will ever see any politician. I'm speaking not on his level of achievement, whether he will be able to transform Nigeria. I'm
So,
talking about
Dr. Cos, you mean even if they come together, they can't do anything?
all of them. Nobody. See, you can bet my money here on this platform. Any person can bet $2,000 with me today. Will bet you 2027 will come. You will see how all of them will scatter. Nobody can scratch Jagaban. That guy is going to remain until 30, except if they take him. Except if dead.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, Deji, sorry. So,
All right.
sorry, Deji,
Um,
make I ask this question. Dr. Cross, so what's your solution if you were a strategist sitting in a table to unseat Jagaban? What would be your own solution?
why are you asking for solution?
No,
Somebody that wants him to stay. He
Did you
wants him
know?
to stay. They ask for solution.
No, you
To
know
give
why I asked.
solution,
You
make
know
them
why
come
I
out
asked.
in
Hold on,
principal. I don't
Deji.
Wait,
understand.
Hold on, you
wait,
know why I asked. Sorry, Dr. Cross,
just a
just a
moment.
minute. Just
No,
a
wait,
minute,
wait.
Doctor. Hold on now,
Come on. All
Doctor.
right.
Hold on. You go answer. Hold on. You know, he came up with all the whole access of, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that. So obviously we have an idea of how to do it. So let's hear how he's going to do it if it's when he was at the table. So sorry, Doctor, you can have the mic.
I think I was misunderstood. Jagaban was never my favorite candidate. He was not. I'm not a fan of Jagaban. Initially, the person I would vote for was Osibanjo. That one, I was ready to give him my vote. But I studied all the candidates, their policies, all their move, and I told my family, I told my friends around me, I said, look, this is, in short, there's a post I made in 2022, and I predicted exactly that he's going to pick Shetima. When the election came, when the election came out, some of them brought the post back. To remove him. And I made mention of media, international networks, money, and all those things. As far as Jagaban is concerned, there's nobody in the country that can beat him when it comes to that game. And this is peculiar to Nigeria.
All right.
All right.
All
Thank you,
right.
Doctor.
Michael, I told you he has already listed all the possible ways you can remove him. And according to him, he don't already shock him. He don't shock those places already. No way to go. Anyway, it's time for engagement. My first question for this engagement session is that who has $2,000 they want to bet?
I want to bet. Let's nobody don't because let them not come and be giving us land back. Bring the 2,000. I want to bet.
Bet on what?
It's that Jagaban will win 2027. All these
Are you
people
the one
will
who is
just
going to
come and
conduct the election?
I don't. No. It's Dr. Croc
Are you the
has
one who is going
come
to
to.
record it?
No, wait now. Calm down. So he has come to just create a world that does not exist. This is just a figment of your imagination. Tinubu wrote it during the primaries, APC primaries. We saw how demystified it was, if not because of this same El Rufai that is now being dragged on the floor. Tinubu wouldn't have made it past even the primary. Do you think we're all dumb here? If not
Do you
because
want
El
to,
Rufai and the northern
money?
governors. No,
Do
Dr.
you want
Crop.
to money?
Wait. I just wanted to engage you, please. If not because the way you spoke about Tinubu, I'm just wondering that, wait, is this another kind of alien that
Sorry,
is
sorry.
it
I have a
described
question
here?
for you, please.
No, wait.
Hello?
Now let
Please,
me
who
land
did
on
El
my
Rufai
point.
support in the primary? Who did El Rufai support in the primary? APC primary.
El Rufai came out clearly. See,
Who did
Buhari
he support
had
in the
what's it
primary?
called? No,
APC
wait
primary.
now, wait. Let me answer your question. Buhari had between Buhari and the chairman, is it Ahmed Abdullahi, what's his name? They wanted Ahmed Lawa, and it was made very clear. Buhari did not support Osinbajo. He did not support Tinubu either. It was the clique of northern governors led by Nasir El-Rufai that came together and said, no, that we cannot, this injustice must not be allowed to stand. And then from there, people started supporting that concept, and people started stepping down, and people started, they actually supported Tinubu to get through the
No, he
primaries.
supported
What are we
Dameji.
talking about
El
here?
Rufai supported Dameji, actually, if you are not aware of that.
El-Rufai did not, no. I disagree.
Ask-
That might be,
He was
maybe
all
it was
about
his initial position.
southern candidate.
Please,
He
can
was
I
But
all
they
El
moved,
Rufai was all
they
about southern candidates.
eventually came together and they supported Tinubu. What I'm just trying to
please
say here is that we should
answer the
stop
error?
all this, creating a world that does not exist, making him look like he's one angel that, look, you don't know Tinubu as much as I do. So when you talk, yes, I know he has some strategies, I know he has some strengths, but let's stop all this unnecessary exaggeration.
Can I address the
Tinubu
error
does
fight?
not even, let me tell you something.
Can I address
Why did they turn off the IREF? Did Tinubu win 2023 elections? If we want to be sincere with ourselves,
can
did
I
he win?
can I address the error
What are
fight?
we talking about? With all his money and everything, did he win the 2023 elections?
Can I
Didn't we see what happened in Obiako in Rivers State?
can I address the error fight topic?
Let's stop all this painting, picture, something that does not exist. It's just all fluke.
All right,
Don't let anybody give you lambao.
madam.
Tinubu can be removed. Very
All right,
simple. It
madam.
can be
All
removed
right,
easily.
all right, madam. Thank you very much. And you're quite right. Tinubu can be removed, and I think Dr. Crooks also have his own right to express his opinion. Dr. Cross, 30 seconds so that we can move the mic, please.
All right. You spoke of Erufai, but I listened to Erufai and I listened to his reason. He gave 5 reasons why he supported Jagaban. Before the primaries, Jagaban was always his favorite. He never liked Jagaban. Then getting close to the primary, he came out and there is a video right now online. It's not even my word. Erufai in his own mouth said that first of all, people were complaining about Muslim ticket. He wanted that ticket to fly because he did that in Kaduna and he wanted it to go. So don't come and speak as if Erufai came out to give Jagaban support because he was a fan of Jagaban or because of anything. Erufai had his own agenda. He wanted to send a message. He wanted to prove a point to Nigerian Christians and to Khan. That was his only motive of supporting Jagaban. So don't speak as if Erufai supported him. That's why he was able to.
Well, anyway, that's fine. Motive or not, you still didn't really counter what he said. The point of what he said is that El Rufai supported the man, and you've also more or less confirmed that he supported him
Wait,
for
do you
whatever
know
reasons he did. That
100,
is another debate. All right,
delegate?
let's
Do you know what it is to
Sorry, Dr.
let's
Crooks.
move on.
Shewon, I think Shewon is next to speak anyways. Shewon, you can have the mic, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. So I would like to start with this point. Actually, it's not a popular point, but that's the reality. People don't win election, especially if you're probably seeking re-election in Nigeria, based on this current dispensation, political dispensation that we are in. You don't win election based on your performance in office. You win election based on your political strategy. Political strategy in this sense, I'm not talking about something moral. I'm talking of the dirty games our politicians play That's what they use to win election. And if you're a first timer, it's not based on your CV or what you've done in the maybe private sector you're coming. It's based on that political strategy that you have. And for those who have lost election, you can fact check this thing that I'm saying. At least 90% of the times, is either they lost the election based on division within the party, maybe godfatherism and these thing issues within the party, or the opposition was well prepared politically. They had a better strategy than the incumbent, and that's how they lost the election. Because people used to say Jonathan lost the election because he didn't perform well. There was insecurity, blah, 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 blah. No, Jonathan did not lose the 2015 election based on his poor performance. He lost it because the opposition had a better strategy, political strategy, compared to him. Their political strategy was more effective compared to what Jonathan had. And I've heard rhetorics over what people have been saying that, and which is true, which I agree with, that if he was a better career politician that was in power during Jonathan era, maybe someone like Obasanjo, that coalition would not be as effective as the way APC had it back then. He would definitely do everything within his might to score through it. That even if at the end of the day they end up forming a coalition, it will not be as effective as the APC had it. And another factor which I mentioned was the division within the party. He probably might not have allowed those factions of PDP that left the party to join the new coalition. Probably would have done what is necessary to keep them in place, to keep them within the party, negotiate with them, and keep them within the party. But Jonathan, you cannot blame him. If you look at his, just like the popular saying, what you don't have, you cannot offer. If you look at Jonathan's pathway to power, is like 1 out of a million. His pathway to power was like more like a divine intervention. People used to say that, to better put it, Jonathan's pathway to power was like a tortoise that was placed on a table. Ordinarily, a tortoise cannot climb a table. If you probably ask Jonathan, tell Jonathan in 2005, when he was still deputy governor, that, Oga, you will be the president by 2010, he will probably tell you that they smoke Igbo. I'm very, very sure his aspiration as at then is just to be the governor of his state. But things happened in his favor and he got to power. And when he lost the power, you could see his body language. He didn't even, at least his body language is not like the body language of Atiku right now. He didn't even bother to struggle with the power. They never even count the election finished before the man just threw in the towel and just move on with his own life. So that aside, to reinforce what I'm just trying to say, that if you have these rhetorics that things they had for Nigeria, blah 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 blah, that based on that the party in power will lose election based on that, I don't see it happening. Because if you look at our even governorship election, senatorial election within Nigeria, basically, you see people who have delivered below average performance and with ease they win election. Do you know that, in my own opinion, I believe Buhari's first 4 years in power was even more terrible than Jonathan's performance in power? But he won the re-election with ease, even when it was not as popular as it was in 2015. But he won the election with ease because it still boils down to based on your political strategy, having a solid political strategy compared to what the opposition have to offer. So, like the case right now, for example, is that some people might be saying that age is not on Article's side. Me, I don't see it as that. There are a lot of octogenarians across Africa that are president right now. So he sees that, and his body language is not showing that he's not trying to, he's not giving up. So, and someone said he will probably do 4 years in power. I don't even know why you can even conceive that in the first place, even though he might have said something like that before. Someone that has been trying to get into power since for the last 30 years, he can't manage to get power. He talks say he can't spend 4 years for power. No, so his body language right now shows that he wants to contest again. And again, if you look at Obi, for example, I agree with people who says that any opposition right now without Obi is cannot work. I agree with that because Obi has tested the water. He, based on his current political capital, he can command at least between 6 million votes. So uh, he's someone that has his own capacity, political capacity as a candidate. But the issue is this, that can the North, because this is a very, very, very popular narrative within the North and all this North and South presidency, that I don't see the North aligning with a new Southern president with the possibility of doing another 8 years with what Tinubu have. I'm trying to analyze the situation in the opposition right now with what with the South already doing 4 years. I don't see the North aligning with a new Southern candidate with the possibility of doing 12 years. They would rather endure the additional 4 years of the person in power. But will Obi do vice president for Atiku? I don't see that happening. So that right there is the blockade within the opposition that I can foresee. I don't see Obi doing a vice president for Atiku based on his current capacity, and I don't see an Atiku backing down for an Obi. His body language is not showing that. And when it comes to internal politics, Atiku still command that strength compared to Obi. Let's say they have a coalition right now. I don't see Obi wrestling out Atiku in a one-to-one battle. I don't see Obi wrestling Atiku out. I'm trying to round up. Sorry. So another thing I was saying that another factor that also can lead to the incumbent losing election is if there is that division within the party, within the incumbency, if that there is a division within it. Right now, it's not showing that sign. Well, I don't know, maybe in the next 2 years, anything can happen. But right now, APC is still strong. Uh, Politicians see political party as vehicles to their destination. It's just like traveling from Lagos to Ibadan. There are different vehicles you can use to get to Ibadan. You can use plane, you can take a bus, you can take a train, or you can take a bike. The difference between these means of transportation is that one will get there more effective than other, and will carry you reach your destination faster than the other. Right now, based as I speak right now, APC is still the most effective political vehicle, and that's why you can see politicians swinging. I'm hearing that Delta State Governor wants to port to APC. So from his own calculation, he's seeing APC as an effective vehicle for him. That probably the vehicle that he's using right now is a little bit weaker. So he wants to port to an effective vehicle for his political career. So that's the way all these politicians they see all these political parties. So in my own let me just round up. So, in summary, the blockade is actually within Atiku and Obi. Atiku no go won't give up. Age, you still believe that age is still on his side. And Obi right now, in influence or his political capacity, don't pass the level of vice president. I believe he would rather stand alone than to come and join a political party that they will shrink him aside and probably give him a vice presidential position. So I believe he will just maintain his integrity and
All
just stand
right.
alone. So that's my
All right.
own contribution actually.
All right. Thank you very much, Michelle. I still have this thing. I keep saying it, and I don't. If 12 grown men cannot come together to solve a political crisis in their party, I think there's a problem somewhere. Because I don't understand how people come and say, oh, APC is the best political vehicle. When you have 12 states, you have all the power, you have all the money, and you can't come together to solve your problem. I mean, the problem of PDP, I don't believe is that big. It's just greed and selfishness, anyways, that's causing this whole issue.
Yeah, but that's what
Well,
politics is all about. It's all about interest.
yeah, I
So these
get your point
people
anyway,
have
Sean.
different interests.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. This issue shouldn't be that big enough or too large for them to settle. But I'm not in the PDP circle, so I don't know what's happening in that camp. Anyways, let's move the mic. I think the Otumba should be next. Otumba, please, you can have the mic. The Otumba, are you there? Otumba, are you there? All right, let's move the mic. Oh yeah, if you're there, speak up, please.
Yeah, good comment. Deji and Michael, nice one. You know, we were having this conversation before you left Deji. I keep saying it. I say Tinubu is a lucky guy. You know, apart from the guy's CV, but the guy is just lucky. Look at what we're doing here now. Everybody's just talking about the coalition. They never even know where the coalition say they go now. Coalition never even start safe. Minors don't they come out. You know, so it's really really tough. You know, like what Dos Santos said. You know, Jonathan would have been the best option because both divide. We'll be able to like okay, the people from Obi camp be like okay. People from Atiku camp okay. Even the young guys in the north who are high in that presidency for 2018 will be like okay, maybe it's just one term. So that's why I get back to the topic of this coalition. I said it earlier. I said, are these guys really? Is the coalition really ready for Nigeria or just for themselves? So, you know, you can just say, okay, let's bring anybody, let's remove APC. But the fact remains that which I keep telling people, you see the same people. And that's why you see a lot of PDP people who are just the campaign to APC now. Because politicians, they don't want to gamble and lose. I want to believe deep down that Erufai knows what he's doing. Maybe Erufai and Tinubu say, maybe this is even planned between themselves. I don't trust politicians. You saw how Boala cost Tinubu last election. See, now is cabinet, you know. So I even want to believe maybe Nasi game safe because Erufai is smart. I don't want to believe everybody will just be gambling on something that knows it will work out. So probably this is even a mind game set on Nigeria. I don't trust these guys. Because for every fight to support to leave a party and go to SDP, he never even entered the SDP, they don't fight. I saw the last SDP presidential candidate. Go and listen to what he said today. It was just funny. So I don't even so that SDP self you want to use it, they will see the war waiting for them there. PDP is not united. Labour Party. So how will you even? So it's even let's even Peter Obi self and Atiku self bench now. On which vehicle they won't use. You see, SDP is waiting for them. While they wait for them, you see they wait. They are watching. So at the end of the day, like I said, the guy is just lucky. You know, you can't go to election without governors, except you just want to be naive and say, "Oh, we don't need governors." I mean, I just a joker. To remove a president, you can't just say, "Oh, we need people." Which people? We need the people. Which the people? Because you have to understand that the people will not always, not everybody will even support it because people have interest also. You know, like the last election, when people come online here to and say, oh, this person got 6 million, and one person got, as if 1 6 million is waiting for you people there. As if the 6 million is still waiting there. I just laugh. 2022 election, 2023 election is zero to 2027. This is a different game. You know, except you just want to be, except you are just naive or you're just kidding. You know, it's a different game. So if truly the coalition want the interest of Nigerians, you know, yes, I support you, but want strong opposition. I think Jonathan would have been fair. You know, let them go and meet Jonathan. Okay, let us force you come and. I'm telling you, Kwanka said we leave Tinubu. You will be shocked. A lot of people, because that's a ticket that makes sense. You see a lot of people will come out. Yes, it won't be still easy because of the man at the top, you know. But the fact remains that it will be tough. But you see those two guys, when they met, you have to understand that some people supported Peter Obi for social reasons, not because they just want power. So the moment Peter Obi aligned with articles, those people, that base will drop. So different, a lot of things coming on board. And now those ones saying the not with this, which the not? Is even the full not supporting article. So which not? There will always be divide among these people. We go see many. We never even say it itself. Just small, that they see now. the governor of Delta is planning to decamp to APC. So if you now, as PDP person or APC person, do you think I'll now go and jump into SDP? I will never do that because I'm a politician. I have to understand the terrain of the country I am. I can't just say because maybe most of these people say I don't even like Tinubu. You'll be shocked. But they're just looking at the statistics, watching okay, let us still be observing. And where I'm seeing it, when people are decamping, instead of the coalition, the opposition should be gaining more momentum, but they are losing. So just forget it. There's no how you want to unseat a sitting president like that. You can't. So even though they rig, which because I believe that rigging has always been part of culture of Nigerian politics. And so you just want to deceive yourself here. There's no election in Nigeria that's not rigging has not been possible. So that's not even a conversation here. So it will be even easier for anybody to come and it should be hard, sorry, for you to come and say, oh, they rigged the election. They will tell you how did you rig the election. But governors joined us. A lot of people, can't you see? We are doing well. If we are bad people, why are they coming to us? We that were evil party. So I've given you guys a solution like what time Dos Santos said. I think I'll go with that. Even though I don't support Jonathan also. But I think at least with that kind of ticket, you will know that okay, it is serious. Because we have this guy with Buhari. When I see all this kind of people and I like for real, come on, guys. And you come and tell me that you want better Nigeria, you want this better. Those days have passed where people they move, you know. So Tinubu at the end of the day is want to enjoy this thing, sha. That's just the reality of this thing. So the guys want to enjoy this divide, this Anambra election. He has the upper hand here to bargain with the Northerners. All these people don't bargain with the Northerners. All these people don't.
Okay, let's not go to the 2 minutes banter section. Anyways, let's move on. I think see Harry came before you, Simon Shaw. See
Yeah,
Harry.
yeah, it's my turn. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Please have the mic.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic. So to start with, I must say that issue of good luck Jonathan coming back, very good idea. But why me myself, I'm not actually trying to take it too serious is that I think it's just start and end in this Twitter space. Why am I saying that? I don't want to give myself a very fake hope because good luck could have been the best person to contest against Tinubu in 2027. Everything favors him. But why I'm not taking it too serious is that I don't want to get hypertension because of that, because it's like giving myself a fake hope. At the end of the day, the guy will disappoint everybody. Even when the rumor of good luck coming back, even under the platform of APC in 2023, even though then I already had my preferred candidate, but I was like happy that I wish this thing would be possible, but it didn't. It worked out. And that time it was even too serious then, because I think they all even purchased the phone for him and all. And then it was even too serious. The news was even in different televisions and radio stations. But now everything discussion about good luck just on Twitter spaces. So that is the reason why issue of good luck, I don't want to take it too serious, because it will cause me a lot of pains. At the end of the day, nothing's come out from it. Because good luck would have been the candidate that they don't born Wike where, they don't born Akpabio where, they don't born any South Indian. And from that state to campaign against good luck. Let's assume good luck is coming. So people who come and be rating you and this good Tinubu will do well, everything will just scatter, including Reno. right? He don't burn any of these Tinubu boys, right? That is speaking for him now to work against that guy. They will work it maybe secretly, but not openly. Then East from the Southeastern will always voted for him in any platform. I'm talking about now. So why am I myself? I'm not taking it too serious. Is that I don't want to give myself because I say that the guy is not interested. Because the last interview, his wife granted the last time, she said they are not interested. So that is for the aspect of Goodluck Jonathan. Then coming back to the coalitions and the people involved, Obi, Atiku, and the rest of them. For me, I still believe that because people speaking now still believe in old system of politicking, voting, and all. Yes, we all know who Tinubu is. We know he can do this, he can buy everybody. But let us never accept the truth. But at least the same Tinubu that lost Lagos State, he was alive and he's in the pilot. I mean, he's the presidential candidate. Let us accept the truth. He lost Lagos. Do you think he don't make attempt? Right? He make attempt to win that Lagos, right? But they lost Lagos to Obi. So there is hope if opposition party can come together. Then issue of North and South, let me tell us the truth. As it stands today, all the political heavyweight in South, South, and Southeast, or let me mention South, South, I'm from, for instance, they are all backing Tinubu, including militant or not militant. They're all backing Tinubu, right? Then, of course, his people from the Southwest may definitely favor him. Then Easterners, we don't know yet. Then you now see that the Northerners is complete almost 90%. As I'm talking to you now, is based on what we are listening on televisions and radio, not just Twitter speaking. Almost 90% of who that make up who Northern is are all against Tinubu presidencies, right? So now that is the reason why I say Igbos, they don't know. I'm sorry to say this for any Igbo listening to this my submission. Igbos don't actually know how to play politics. This would have been an opportunity for them to grab that power in national politics. Why did I say so? North is against this man and not have the population, right? What you have done is to look at how you can collate with them. I'm not saying you should be deputized or be, at least work with them first. Then let's see how it ends. Maybe, they decide to take you as a presidential candidate or they decide to take you as a vice presidential candidate. You take the power first. But no, they're not interested. They see, let's tell ourselves the truth. Look at the Tinubu presidency. Igbo people, I mean, so much imagination. Look at even Buhari tried for them compared to what Tinubu gave them. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And I can't speak for them because I'm not from that side. Even we from the south, we are still getting a little from Tinubu, but yet we're not still happy with him. Even in my own data state, we get a lot from him, but we're not still happy with him, right? Then let me clear this issue of data state campaigning for Tinubu, though it's a secret. See, my former governor, which is my brother, is from my own village, Owalero, right? The guy is in trouble, right? Tinubu is using ESCC to force a lot of these governors to take these decisions. Sheriff is Okowa boy. Okowa do everything possible to make Sheriff to become a governor of that state. Now, Tinubu is seriously want Okowa's head. Now, Okowa can't say anything as I'm talking to you today. He can't issue any, he can't say anything, good or bad. He can't say it. So now, maybe agreement allegedly they reach out with Tinubu to let Okowa go is maybe they come to APC or work for him. And remember, there are politicians, the personal interest before any other interest. And this that I'm telling you is also what is playing in Akwa Ibom State, right? And it also has to do with the Senate president, it has to do with the former governor too, that ESS have also invited, right? So do not blame these people. But one thing they do understand is that there is nobody in Delta State that is happy with Tinubu. I must tell you the truth. I'm from that state. So these are the things. Okay. So I ended up here though.
All right, I'm sorry, Harry. If you have something, you can just run it with 30 seconds.
Okay. All I can just summarize is that people coming to telling us that Tinubu, nobody can defeat Tinubu. That is lie and lie and lie. Tinubu can be defeated if you walk either south or southeast. Just walk with the north. Simple as that. So forget about powers go to the north, power go to the south. Just work with them first. So that is what I want to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You see, I believe this is just the main reason why Tinubu is getting this governor. Yeah, he might be right saying yes, they have some political strategy or alignment. I believe this man is whipping these people back to his party because I don't want to believe an Akwa Ibom state will want to go to APC. This man is using something to draw these governors, and I'm very sure it is their corruption cases. We are playing politics with a very dirty person. I keep saying this thing. He will use everything in his power. He doesn't care. So all this it is the best option for now. It's a lie. Somebody is holding somebody somewhere where it hurts and the person needs to move. Anyways, let's move on. Simon Shaw, please, you can have the mic. Simon Shaw, you there? All right. Ayo, have the
Yeah,
mic,
I'm
please.
Guguma. Yeah,
Okay, all right.
yeah, good to hear
Please
from
go
you,
on.
Mike.
I thought you called my name.
Hold on, Ayo.
No, Ayo,
You know,
Simon Shaw is
the
back,
two
please.
Ayo na Ayo. But as I dey listen and they laugh, and the reason why they laugh now is APC.
Are you there, Simon Shaw? Can you hear you? Sorry, is Simon Shaw speaking?
Maybe it's receiving a call.
I know the year I'm also.
uh, all
It
right.
don't drop.
AY, have the mic. Can you? For the mic.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. This is a gathering of opposition, or is it APC? But what I'll say is very short. Very short. Uh, if you don't present Jonathan in the next election against Tinubu, you will lose, and you will lose woefully. I guarantee you. I guarantee you this. Like I said, Jonathan satisfies a lot of criteria. He's a southerner. He has one term. The northerners will be okay with him. Let him do his one term and go. He's a Christian. We haven't had a Christian president. Matter of fact, we are sitting on a Muslim ticket. A Christian president, the bias is there, is going to get his Christian votes at the end of the day. Economy was better under him. A lot of things were better under him. When you listen to the APC guys, whenever you mention Jonathan, they get scared. They don't want that. They know that a Jonathan ticket against Tinubu will be the end of APC. The end of APC. And besides, they want Obi to run, they want Atiku to run because they know the votes will be divided, they know that they can manipulate it and do everything. But when everybody channels their energy towards Jonathan, one candidate, oh my God, before 12 o'clock, the game is over, you know. So that is my own advice. Go for Jonathan. If you don't want,
I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Deji,
Hold
what
on,
is your rule? I read
sorry,
your rules. Deji, I read
hold
your
on.
rules. No insult or slander, purely politics, no
You
ambiguity,
can
be
ask his
specific
question.
and
We will
straight to the
answer.
point.
I want to
No,
ask a
Oh, guys, calm down, calm down. The rules states, okay, let me not read the rules. The rules are in the jungle drawn. Please, guys, do not interrupt. Let him have his few seconds or few minutes, whatever he wishes to have. If he's done, you can ask him his questions, please. So, Ayo, you can have the mic.
thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. I like people that are just. You're a just man, Mr. Michael. Thank you very much. Like I said, Tinubu is not that bad. If you can't get your shit together and vote for Jonathan, let Tinubu continue. Nigeria is okay. We are fine in Nigeria. Nothing is wrong with us.
The only thing is that things are expensive. We will survive. Tinubu is teaching Nigerians how to manage themselves. We'll manage ourselves. We'll squeeze our pockets. We remove our money small, small, one by one, one by one, one by one. So I really don't mind Tinubu, honestly. Just go and make dollar. If you make dollar, I swear to God, you will love Tinubu. By the time you exchange $1 to 1,600, you'll be like, God bless you, Tinubu. God bless you. You be kneeling. You even put picture of Tinubu in your house. I've been kneeling there in front of him every day. I say, God bless you, Tinubu. But my
Why
point
you
is,
will not kill me. You will not kill me.
my point is, look, go for Jonathan. If you guys really want to defeat Tinubu, go for Jonathan. Honestly, that is your only solution. Any other thing after that, Atiku will be, it's not going to work. Honestly, that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
But Baba don't use second person pronoun now.
Have you asked question, Abi?
All right, Shehu, you can have ask your question.
Although
You guys
it's not
speak
a
now.
I bet make I quickly
Yo,
ask question.
this
Huh?
Ekiti man, how many times will you speak?
No, I want
Make
to
you
ask
ask
you a
question now.
question
No
actually.
be you, your sugar mommy they call you.
That's so cute.
Actually, it's not a serious question. Ayo, I want to ask you, say, like, us, we know they drink, we don't want to drink water. How do you force it to drink water? Or person where they pretend to sleep. How do they talk that thing? Let me just say, a force we know, like, an us that doesn't want to drink water. How do you force that us to drink water? Because this man's body language does not show that he wants to run for election. So how can you force him to run for election when his body language says otherwise? That's my question to you, actually.
I are you the answer? If you cannot answer, I am here.
You know how you come on, go down. Anyways,
Okay, any pro Jonathan
Let me
no,
answer.
no, 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 no.
answer.
Professor
Michael,
Ayo,
calm down.
no.
Let me answer.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
No, they do this thing now. No, they do this. Please, I beg you do this thing. No, they
Go
do
back
this thing.
to your first when no one drink water, you go force him, you go open the mouth for some.
Because I know most of us in the speaker session have been PSDP or what have you. Then I find anything. So it begs the question. Who gave you this rule that somebody in the South should go 8 years and somebody in the North should go 8 years and that South cannot do 24 years and then the North comes back and do 50 years, depending on whosoever is going to move the country forward? But please don't ask me questions. I don't need questions. I just want to say my own into the thin air, and hopefully this is getting recorded, so much so that some people can listen in the future and they will know I said my own. Next thing I will hear is opposition. And we bastardize every word we pick on Twitter, Nigeria. We bastardize every word. What are you opposing? What exactly is the handsome Bola Ahmed Tinubu doing that your candidate said they would not do? What exactly? Some of them were even saying they regretted not doing it when they were in office. So the point is, what are you opposing? Oh, you think it is your turn. It's not necessarily about the betterment of Nigeria. You think it is your turn, so you want to get in there and then get to do whatsoever you want to do. But opposition does not mean because you have grievance. And I will tie it back to the earlier point I made. Opposition does not mean that because you have grievance, does not mean you have grievance with somebody who you share the same idea with. That's not what opposition does mean. Opposition means that you have a contrary idea to whatsoever the person who is there is doing. You are opposing. So I do not know where the opposition is coming from. Everybody now who is coming around, it's because Everify said his own is because what did he even say? Something like they didn't treat him well or something, or maybe they disrespected him. That's why he's opposing. Why is Atiku Abubakar opposing the person that he was in the same party with in 2019? Was it 2019 or 2015? 2015. Why is he opposing that same person now? What are the ideals that have changed since then? Okay, let's assume I am stupid. In 2019, Atiku Abubakar came out, if I'm not mistaken again, because I can be stupid. And then all of a sudden, somebody deputized him. That person who deputized him suddenly emerged in 2023 and said he has other ideas. And then that same person is one of the persons that is being touted as the people that are going to lead the opposition. What are you opposing? Who are you opposing? What are the ideas that you are opposing? And when I listen to my folks, my gentlemen and ladies speak here, what I find is, and this is not to be insultive, please take me, right? Because I'm not sure I know a better way to present this. I see people who sound defeated. The other brother, Dr. Crooks, came. And then he said a lot of things. And then I was going to ask him, have you ever lived in Lagos? That was what I was going to ask him. But I felt, okay, there's no need to ask him because I've asked a lot of people that question. Most of the people who tout some sagacity, some bravado, who tout some kind of special features to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they've never lived in a state that he governed. They've never had any reason to interact with him. They are just people who live in the third house, who knows much better than the wife of the man in this house. And they are going to tell the wife of the man in this house that he doesn't know anything about the husband that he married in her youth. So the message from me to you as brothers and sisters is, why are you thinking of this solution and you're not thinking of yourself as a major actor in the solution, ladies and gentlemen? Why do you think there's a problem? Individually, you can realize that there's a problem, but you can't realize yourself as part of the solution. Why do you necessarily need these folks in whose clique this country has continued to be run over the last 30, 40 years? No, let me limit it to 1999. Over the last 27 years, if my math is correct. And these folks, they've been running this country for that long, and we've not seen anything positive to point to significantly over that period of time. Just yesterday, I had the news. I woke up, Njenje, and I was going to check on my country. And the first thing I found out is the fact that they said they were going to install some kind of solar panel in some certain places, which shows the priority of the people in office. But what people come and say is reform, this, that. Whenever we want to say, okay, we are tired of this nonsense, we do not buy into it, because whenever something is bad, no person needs to tell you that it is bad. It just reflects in your life. So when the issue of saying it's bad has been discovered, and everybody now said, okay, we know for one that this thing that is going on is not good. Deji. Yeah. We know for one that this thing that is going on is not good. All of us agree. No, some of us agree, not all of us. And the lot of us that agree seem to be in the majority, because every 10 persons I speak to, about 7 persons are complaining. So the point is not like, why are those 7 persons thinking in such a way that they cannot individually find a way to solve the problem? What they have been thinking about is, okay, how to place someone who thought the policy of this guy that is currently doing, that he wrote in his manifesto clearly, was something that he could have done when he was vice president, or the person who supported somebody and make a case for Buhari in 2015 and 2018 or 2017, thereabout, is the person who is going to save them. And we are all of age. We can literally run for president, some of us. So the matter to me is, why exactly in our own matter have we decided to take a back seat and leave the piloting of our affairs in the hand of people who have proven over time that they have no Scooby or they have no solution to our problem? And finally, it goes without saying that we do not have to wait for every election cycle to make these things happen. We do not have to. Yeah, and I continue to insist on this. We do not have to. What we really need to do is to ensure that we understand what democracy means. Thank you. Just tired.
All right, thank you very much, Simon. Sure. I'm busy anyways. Okay, Chuka Facts, you can have the mic, please. Chuka, you can have the mic.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, how far you guys? Um, thank you, Deji, for letting me come on the stage and speak. Like all existing protocols. Um, I think that me, as someone who is an obedient, who supported Peter Obi, who still supports him, 2023 opened my eyes to what some of these APC boys like to call the importance of structure. Um, I don't want us to go into this election being delusional, being led by our emotions or our desires. We should first be led by what will actually produce a victory, what will actually allow us to get announced. Um, Atiku is going to run. So if we were to put Goodluck Jonathan up, it would still produce the same results that Peter produced when he went up against Tinubu. It will still be a divided opposition because Atiku is still running. Unless we want to convince Atiku to not run and to back Goodluck Jonathan, which I think is very unlikely. Um, I think what's more likely and more realistic is for the South to figure out a VP candidate that can somehow divide the votes in the South-South and the Southeast and parts of the Middle Belt and produce a strong Northern candidate that can take most of the votes in the North. If we're looking at the geopolitics of Nigeria, mm, it's time for us to be realistic and not emotional about who we want or how much we've struggled or how expensive things are or how tough things have become in Nigeria or all of these emotional things, when in reality, those things do not win a selection. How hungry you are is not going to produce a result that will force the INEC chairman to announce you. Because isn't it the goal of the elections to get the most votes and to be announced president? We have to think of what will allow who we want if they're going to be announced. Another thing we have to also think about is a lot of obedience, like the support that Peter had going into the 2019 elections. He's not going to have that same level of support going into 2023. And a lot of us, and the numbers growing, are okay with Peter Obi being VP to Atiku. Very okay with it. We may not be the majority, but let me tell you something, that number is growing. And it's growing rapidly, especially with the reality that we see on ground. Me personally, that's where my mind is at. We have other good governors in the Southeast, like Alex Oti or Peter Mbach, that can maybe one day run for president in the future, especially given their good governance record and their popularity across the country. Um, but in reality, it's not our time right now. You don't have the structure. We don't have the governors that are going to back us. All we have is the people. But do we have a lot of people? Do we have enough people? Do we have INET commissioners to support us? Say we do get the most votes, like we allegedly got the most votes the last time. Do we have the vote buying mechanism? Do we have those commissioners that are willing to change results? Do we have structure? We can, do I like saying this? I don't like to speak like this. I don't like to factor in corruption or factor in vote buying or factor in votes being changed, but it's happened every single election since 2019. I mean, no, not 2019, 1999. So in my mind, that's the reality. We should obviously be moving forward from that reality, but we have not yet. So we have to factor it. I don't want to factor it, but it's a reality in every single election, state, local, and national elections. To act like it's not a reality, you are being emotional and you're being delusional. We have not passed that place yet. So if we factor in what is actually required to be announced as a governor, as a senator, as a president of Nigeria, we have to go with Atiku. Oh my God, everyone's going to scream. Everybody hates it. Aren't you tired? Aren't you the exchange rate? We can do all those permutations until we are blue in the face. At the end of the day, I'm going to ask, how many governors is going to back Peter Obi? Senators? How many INEC commissioners are going to back him? What are they going to get in return outside of good governance? Because we know that politics is a game of, what's the word that they use? People have their own agendas. People have their own individual desires that they want to get out of it. So if Peter Obi cannot promise these people who have power some kind of thing that they will receive, whether it be money, whether it be re-election, whether it be anything, Peter being president is dead on arrival. And I'll close with this. If you want to defeat Tinubu, you cannot have another Southern candidate. It will divide the vote. We can't be worried about the South or the North right now because the APC wasn't worried about Christian Muslim. So Atiku was going to go there and he's probably going to serve 8 years unless someone is able to take him out. Because the promise of governing for 8 years is a thing of the past ever since 2019, where people took out Goodluck Jonathan and he was denied his own 8 years. So in my mind, the opposition has to unite around a northern candidate because Atiku is going to run. If we like, we can put Peter there. If we like, we can put Goodluck Jonathan there. Just know that whatever votes you get from the north, they are going to be divided. And that only plays into the hand of Tinubu being in power. And for me, I don't want him to be in power. I don't want APC to be in power. And I land with this. Thank you. Yeah, I'm concluded.
Okay. Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Chuka. Um, I think we have the good life. The good life, are you there? The good life, are you there? All right. Let's move on. Pharmacies. Can I have the mic? Pharmacies, are you there?
Where I am cannot speak. So if you give me another. Hello?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Where I am now, I don't want to speak politics from the public place. So yourself, you give me like 20 minutes.
Sorry, pharmacist. You're not audible.
I say where I am now, I cannot talk from politics. So just give me 20 minutes. Let me get out from here.
Okay, I think Farm says it's quite busy.
Yeah,
Engineer.
he said he's in a public space that he can't speak. He'll come back.
Okay, all right, because I didn't get him very well. The good life, are you there now? All right, Mr. Fresh, then we'll go to Engineer. Mr. Fresh, you can have the
Yeah.
mic.
Hello, everybody. How you doing, Michael? Well done. Deji, what's up? I greet everybody. It's been a very interesting conversation so far. I've listened to quite a number of speakers make an interesting submission as far as you know the idea of coalition and who is blocking the opposition coalition, or what is blocking the opposition coalition. You know, well, I think what we can say that we are on the same page on, as far as everybody is concerned, I think we can come to a consensus that the Nigerian political situation right now needs some sort of coalition, one way or the other. There's no doubt about that. You know, there's no doubt, and any rational thinking person would not argue the need for a coalition. It is the only thing that that can put the people at the advantage of actually, you know, getting back the control of their of their hem of affairs.
Hello,
It's
can you
very
hear me?
very clear. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Please refer to the rule of the space. You see these ambiguities or these, and go straight to the point. We will talk about all those ones later. Go straight to it. Do your calculations. What are your permutations? We will talk about ideal and all of those things later. A coalition of the people. I beg. Political talk. What is, what are you looking at in the large scheme of things? This is why we are here. Almost 300 people are here now. Don't We are not here to listen to this thing, please.
I don't know who is being ambiguous between myself and yourself now, because I didn't get what you're driving at. But I think my drift essentially is that coalition is a not debatable idea. There's need for coalition. However, um, we have been here before. When PDP had 16 years of their reign of terror, you know, there was a need for a coalition to house the PDP administration, and that was how we came about APC. You get, that is a permutation. CPC, AACN came together to form APC, and here we are. Fast forward to 2025. Terrible, terrible. It has gone from bad to worst. You get. So my own permutation is very very simple. I think if there's a successful coalition that is brewing already with SDP, the coalition of El Rufai, Atiku, Amechi, and the rest, we are going to be back to square one. That is my permutation. Based on the fact that these are the players that we can be rest assured that would not serve the interest of the Nigerian people. That's my permutation. They are not going to serve the interest of the Nigerian people, and I can be put on record for that. In the next 6, 5, 4 years, if they eventually get into office, it's not going to mean well for the Nigerian people. Just like APC, that we actually want the Nigerian people that if we go in the direction of APC, it's not going to all go well. And here we are. So it's better for us to say what we want to say as far as our own permutation is concerned, and people are vehemently against it, than for us to keep quiet and to just be neutral. No, we are going to take a side. And as far as we are concerned, as far as I'm concerned, I have taken a side, and the side
All
I'm
right. So
taking is
what is your own permutation for
AAC.
2027, sir? How do you see 2020? I'm sure you want APC to be out by 2027, correct? So how do you want to achieve that?
Yes, that is why I said coalition is needed. But I think we have to be very clear-headed to the sort of coalition that we should rally around. And I think Shorea has proven beyond every reasonable doubt that he is against the status quo. And my permutation is that I'm looking forward to the best case scenario where the Nigerian people will rally around Shore, under the the flagship of African Action Congress (AAC). That's my permutation. As simple as that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, I'm jumping queue, Michael. Gege, please go on.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Thank you. I
Yeah,
believe.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes, I'll be brief. I think, as a few people have said before you start talking about coalitions, you have to learn the lessons of the past. Otherwise, we'll be going around in circles. Now, the first thing that brought us here in the first place was in 2015. That was the first time a minority from the South got the chance to be president. And some people who believed that they were the owners of Nigeria could not even wait for 4 years to allow this man do 2 terms. They were ready to bring down this country and brought the worst of the worst in the person of Buhari, because as far as they were concerned, power must return to the north. So Atiku, Saraki, El-Rufai and co were ready to impose Buhari on the country because it was the turn of the north. No problem. 2019 came, we all supported Atiku and said, okay, it's the turn of the north, let Atiku contest. Atiku did not win. 2023, we said, look, it's the time for the South. They said no. Only a northerner can defeat the Tinubu. They turned logic on its head to get Atiku to contest. We saw what happened. Atiku could not even muster the firepower in his own zone. They rigged him in the north and there was nothing he could do about it. And then we saw from the results that Peter Obi, who they said would not get more than 100,000 votes, actually did well. Even on the basis of the rigged elections, Obi still got 6 million. Now we're here going into 2027. We can clearly see that the person who has been working hard is Peter Obi. Obi has been going from various parts of the country. The momentum is with him. Every single time the APC wants to criticize anybody, it is obedience they talk about. The Atiku has no control over his own PDP. Governors are not with him. His governors are all saying they're going to decamp to the APC. But yet, even now, we're talking about a coalition where Atiku will be at the top of the ticket and Obi will be his running mate. Because according to them, only the North can enjoy power. Nobody else is allowed to be in this presidency. And I can tell you for free what is going to happen. Atiku is old. Even at 70, you're already old. Even a smart man at 70, if they give you the presidency, you don't have the stamina to govern. So what happens is it's the people around you that commandeer that power in your name. I can tell you for free, if Obi should take that poison chalice and agree to be Atiku's running mate, all that will happen is if they win, an 80-year-old Atiku will not be able to govern. It is the El-Rufais, the Sarakis and co that will surround Atiku and govern on his behalf. Obi will be sent to go and be reading newspapers, the way they've done to Shatima, they did to Osibanjo, they did to the others. And after Atiku completes his term, they will tell Obi that Obi is not going to succeed Atiku. They will go and bring somebody else. So my advice to Peter Obi, if you can hear me, if there's any coalition, if they're not going to make you top of the ticket, that's fine. Go and sit down at home. Let Atiku, they said Atiku has the numbers, no problem. Let Atiku go and contest with his APC governors. Let them go and collect the presidency. I mean, look at the nonsense that we're looking at. Atiku is going to see Buhari to try to get Buhari support. The very Buhari, I mean, let's be honest. Tinubu has only been in office for less than 2 years. Tinubu is a shambolic president, but the vast majority of the mess we're in is Buhari's ATM mess. Yet the person who created this ATM mess is who Atiku and co are going to go and see because they want his support. El-Rufai, who was a champion of that mess, is who Atiku and co are ganging up to. And they want me because I'm a fool. I'll campaign for these people to take power. No. My own is simple. 2015, we entered this mess, so it's fine. If they cannot coalesce around Obi, who clearly has the momentum, the age, the energy, the movement behind him. If they think no, obedience are fools, if they want to use our noise making to get Atiku into office, then they must be joking. So if you can't put Obi at the top of whatever coalition you're building, that's fine. Let everybody will continue to enjoy Tinubu. Is fine. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you, Gege. Let's move to Ewoma VC. VC, you can have a mic, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, sure, fire.
Okay, nice one, nice one. Oga Gege, thanks very much for that submission. I mean, I think from everybody listening, I hope you guys, listen to Nigerian Politics Weekly, that Gege hosts. I think that's a perfect, summary of the whole situation. I just have something very, very small to add. Very small, because I think Gege just killed it. 10-10. Now, for the 2023, all this zoning and everything, like here I earlier iterated, it's broken. Like all those South, North, English that we speak in Nigeria, it has been broken in 2023. So miss me with all that, yeah, it rotates. Atiku broke it. So on that basis, I don't even understand when people are now saying, is it turn of bruh, like it's open season. Anybody, you understand? So that's my own perspective on that one. Then also, just ending this, because I don't want to add too much to what Gege has put out there. See, an Atiku candidacy is it is irritating to a critical mass of Southerners. It's not like it irritates. Like I say, it's like your skin is crawling. I remember during the election, because me as I talk for this Twitter like this, I get work while I do offline. So for all those people coming to say, Chuka, with all due respect, I know you from Clubhouse. So I know say they're on ground. You feel me? So I will want to use that I'll use that as leverage over your talking point. Bro, Atiku is not God. Tinubu is not God. You can't predict the Nigerian people. Just this evening, while I work, I don't talk with bike man, I don't talk with bar woman, I don't talk with Agberu. I know boys from my area where they basa here and there, they know what in the happens. So all those some people have it on lock. You can't predict the future. People's minds are different. They are dealing with real issues. There's nobody that has monopoly over what do you call it? Aggregating a critical mass. And let's not even go there. And as I said, people's skins are crawling. You are going to see serious voter apathy if Obi is not running on that ticket as president. Yeah, some of you will be like, yeah, let's just bro, serious one. Because first of all, Atiku is detailed. Atiku represents desperation and entitlement in a lot of people's eyes. 2019, everybody was behind him. Okay, yes. Obi, dude, the window of opportunity has closed. It's done. You're done. If we are moving forward and we are not doing anything around PO as the head ticket, with waiting at the Raka for streets they hear, because there's already serious voter apathy. You can't can you mobilize the citizens? Can you mobilize alumni groups that don't know anything about Nigeria politics to be contributing thousands of dollars for free? Talk to your friends in the banking sector and see how much money that came in to support Obi's movement via all these coalitions. Why do you think all these LP people are moving mad? The kind of money that came into the country to support PO was something else. Leave matter. Leave tweet herself for my office neighbor. I know how much coming where people when you know they Twitter, where they draw to push Obi matter. There is no candidate or person that is straddling between both worlds. He's their redemption. If they don't coalesce around him, because even yesterday when I talk, I happened to ask myself now disparate bubbles. You can be living in your gated apartment and to your office, and you don't really know what they play for streets. You understand? If no be like the voter party is going to be serious because if even right now, based on what happened for 2023, they get people saying they didn't interested. Now they pick us small because PO is doing work. There's no other candidate, my auntie and our alumni group from secondary school, where they contribute money to the send to the push for who? You understand? So if the political class cannot recognize all this and they want to, torpedo it on their weird ass political calculations that was decimated in 2023, fine, no problem. But nobody is going away from coalition. But if PO is not the man on the ticket, we are going for the head of the king. Nobody has time to play all these games with you people. If you are not ready to make concessions, because personally, that is enough concession for me. You understand? Okay, yeah. Those 30, that is enough concession for me. So if you are not ready to bring a worthy running mate for PO, over my no problem. No, say it will take place. Thank you, Michael.
All right, thank you very much, Awoma. I think we'll go with Malam. Malam, do you want to say something? So 1 minute, and
Yeah.
then others.
Thank you,
All right.
Michael. Just briefly, so I just wanted to, people have, said a lot of things. It's not as if what we do really matters anyway. Yeah, we just express opinions. What would be. I know that Nigerians are going to make a decision based on their current reality. People can't protest. If they say you should hold this government responsible, we have seen now how difficult it is to stop this government from making stupid decisions that create a lot of deprivation and a lot of problems for us. So essentially, the only power that people have, albeit it's not a silver bullet as well, is to go to the polls and speak with their thumbs. So I actually believe that Nigerians are going to speak, regardless of what we say, regardless of what the all these paid agents. I see a lot of people pretending like they are trying to help you understand how complex these are all APC agents, right? So, Nigerians are going to vote against APC in 2027. Without that, I know. And you see, if you see the level so many people testimony. So these are the guys that are going to speak in 2027, right? No, Deji, one last statement. There's something important, again, that I think we also must factor in, with or without the coalition. I think that if Nigerians are going to protest, they should. If Nigerians are going to, put pressure on their representatives and senators, they should. And what is that thing? Everybody should be worried about the vote counting in 2027 must be transparent. Honestly, I actually believe that this is where APC will be waiting for all of us. If the vote counting in 2027 is not different from what we have always had in the past, yes, we are going to see that people massively vote against APC at the polling units. But I can guarantee you that when those results get transmitted to the world, to the state, and all those counting, you will see something. You will see something. You will see magic, and that's why I believe that yes, we can ask for general electoral review and all of those things. That vote counting, we must make sure it is transparent. It might not be IRF, but we must make sure that there's a way that we have a transparent vote counting. If we leave it to APC, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ayud.
Yeah, thank you, madam. You guys can hear me, right? Can you hear me, Michael? All right.
Yeah, I can hear
All
you,
right.
Deji.
So thank you very much, first of all, Michael, for always present. I've been distracted for the longest time. But before we move on, I was going to ask Gege if he's still there. Um, I know you said, PO should try and, not try to conform to these guys. And if he ever does that, he has to be the running, like the main guy. But people have said on this space, I'm not sure you were here at the time, that if that ever happens, that PO gets, the nod, to lead a coalition ticket, he will be made to say that he will only run for 4 years. Do you think that would be a fair deal on PO's part?
Well, at the end of the day, that's fine. He doesn't have to run for 8 years. If you say we want to respect zoning, that's fine. Let Obi run for 1 term and then hand over to somebody, a running mate who succeed him, or pick a running mate who succeed him, who will put Nigeria on the path towards progress. So that is not a problem at all. My main concern is we cannot keep playing these games. The same people who campaigned for Buhari because power must return to the north are the same people who then said a northerner must succeed a northerner, Atiku and co. Now, after putting that, the same coalition Atiku is building, many of them in that coalition were the ones who campaigned and said, no, a Muslim ticket is fine. Now, we don't need to balance with Muslim Christian. So after they've imposed all these weird permutations, they can't even wait. They want to come back again and insist that power, Tinubu will do 1 term and then power goes back to the north. It cannot work. I mean, this country does not belong to just the north. It belongs to all Nigerians. If we're going to play this game, then we might as well just allow Tinubu continue. Obi has worked hard. I mean, every day you go on TV, you go online, Obi is in one state, in one location, campaigning, working hard. Where's Atiku? Atiku either sits in Dubai or sits in his house eating whatever he's eating. And then when the election comes, they say he's the one with the momentum. I mean, the party he's supposed to be a member of is falling apart under him. I don't think there's any single governor now Atiku can claim is backing him. So, in fact, what is he even bringing to the table that they're going to make him the chair of the coalition? What is he bringing? Anyway, I yield the mic.
Do you think there's any merit to this Jonathan clamor? Somebody came here to say Jonathan is the key. What do you think?
Oh, is that for me or who's that for?
Yeah, that's for you, Gege.
Bola Tinubu is not going to play fair unless if he doesn't die before 2027, he's going to deploy a maximum rigging machine. So the only people who can tackle him is a candidate who ordinary Nigerians are ready to put their lives for. Obi can motivate that kind, because you saw what happened in 2023. People came out for Obi. I don't think people are going to be willing to come out for Atiku, because, as a woman said, Atiku represents the old guard. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Gege. I think Pharmacies, are you ready now? Pharmacies, are you there? All right, let's move.
Yeah,
Okay, all
yeah.
right. Please have the
But
mic.
please don't give me 10 minutes.
Oh, we can hear you, Pharmacies.
I said just give me 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. Who came up first? All right, let's have Odogo. Odogo, you can have the mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I have listened carefully to. I really don't like discussing politics again, but I think I've listened carefully to this conversation since morning, and I think there's a lot of many of the assumptions people are making here are either faulty or not rooted in reality. At least I had first-hand field experience in the Edo 2024 elections. I was at the field. I was not a bystander. The what happened in our eyes, before our eyes. Anybody that says Peter Obi should go and run his election alone hates him and hates Nigerians. What happened before our eyes? When you are seeing results in your eyes, you are holding, they announce a different thing on television. You are looking at it. Either they hate Nigerians, they are working for Tinubu, or they hate Peter Obi himself. I I say it with the greatest respect to everybody that has spoken here. Secondly, when they make the issue of Jonathan second term, what they will not tell you that the issue why many of those rebelled against Jonathan broke an agreement. The agreement they had with him was that we're going to run one term to complete. Oh, he had succeeded Yar'Adua had died. Okay, they didn't want to do this thing, but he was going to hand over to the North back in 2015. He wasn't supposed to run in 2015. He broke the agreement. And you think today that is not we trust another Southerner. The only reason why Jonathan can be your trump card, which is go back to the question you asked, is that Jonathan is constitutionally limited. That's why Jonathan is the only Southerner that any Northerner will trust to vote, because he cannot do 2 terms. But to say, nobody is saying that the North has this. I'm a Southerner. I supported to be in 2023. I was very happy because I think we made the point was that the PDP were so rude to us. I told us, get away, go to hell. So we've made the point. But now, it's either you want Peter Obi to be president, or you want to be like Awolowo, being the best president Nigeria never had. Do we want to take political power to change the good of the country, or do we want to win moral battles? In 2027, you will go up.
Sorry, Odogo, we can't hear you again.
Hello, can you hear
Are
me?
you there? Yeah, we can hear you now. We lost you
Can
for
you hear
some
me?
seconds. Yeah, we can hear you now.
In 2027, you will go up against Tinubu, who will appoint the INEC chairman this year, who will have Egbetokun as Inspector General, who will have Chris Musa that he appointed as CDS, who will have the Yoruba man as Chief of Army Staff, who will have this thing. In 2023, when he was not in charge of all these things, see what he did. In 2027, the firepower that he's bringing to us, people say we should go it alone. Ha! Secondly, the reason why many of these governments are defecting is not because they like Tinubu. Is that there's so much money in the system because of the removal of subsidy. There's so much money. So much money. In Edo, the story is that they were brought, and I saw it with my eyes, that they deployed over 10 billion just for vote buying. Over 10 billion naira cash. In my polling unit, people were bringing mint notes from the central bank, paying voters for 30,000 per vote. In 2027, they will do worse. You have an incumbent that is desperate. To retain power. Desperate. And some people are suggesting that we go it alone. I'm not suggesting that whether Atiku should be the head of coalition, Atiku should not be that, but I'm not interested. I cannot for the life of me stand Nasir El-Rufai. But I'm saying that there are some things that you do cooler heads. You go and think very carefully. Because if anything that makes Tinubu with 2031, 2030, 2031, you are contending with Nuhu Ribadu. Obi cannot run. They're not to say it's their turn. Nuhu Ribadu, Wike, Akpabio, the likes from the north. Obi's window for getting to House Rock is 2027. If that window passes, he will never get in there again. You can take it to the bank. It's not an issue. It's not an insult. His window for entry there is 2027. If 2027 passes, he doesn't get there. First, opposition. Look at what's happening in Lagos. Lagos will die. Like the way there's no opposition party in Lagos today, there will not be opposition party in Nigeria. It will go. It is over. All parties will coalesce to APC. So if that's what people are suggesting, let all of us go to return back to our various wards, go and pick APC cards and go and join them. Because any other solution but for a coalition, we will not win. Even the Peter Obi are talking about knows it. And I said that it will be Nigerians versus Tinubu in 2027, but Nigerians split their vote like what they did in 2023. It will be Tinubu to 2031 and beyond, which I said Akpabio will give him a third term. There's nothing they can use voice vote to pass a third term legislature on constitutional amendment. There's nothing they cannot do. Sometimes I understand. Look, like I said, the time of making a point was 2023. We've made that point. We've shown them. They insulted us. They told us we don't know anything about politics. We went there. We showed them. We made our point. Now they know he's the beautiful bride. I'm not saying whether he should be head of ticket, but I'm telling you that if you were a Northerner, I'm asking you a question. If you were a Northerner, Yar'Adua died in office. Democracy came back in 1999. You've done this is the 25th of democracy. By Tinubu's second term, it will be 28 years. I don't know, 27 years of democracy. Yes, or 27 years. They're about. There's 27 years or 20. My math is 40. Sorry. Out of that, Southerners have done 8 Obasanjo, 5 Jonathan, that's 13. Tinubu will do 4, that's 17. If you can get a Northerner who will do 4 years, rather they would rather, if you insist on pushing a certain candidate that is not Jonathan, I remember that is not Jonathan, they will simply just wait you out. They will say, well, why should we kill ourselves? They will support Tinubu 2027, 2031, will come to them. And nobody will believe another Sultana who will say that he will do 4 years. Jonathan did not keep to the agreement. They will not believe you. There's nothing you will say. This is not saying that they divine, but I'm saying that political calculations are made in smoke-filled rooms. They're not made in this. They are made in. I'm not saying Atiku Abubakar. It could be when you're one of the great northern politicians that exist. I'm not saying it must be Atiku Abubakar. I'm not saying that it has to be. I don't have anybody in mind. But saying that we go it alone, so even suggesting it, or saying that the only condition for doing it is that PO must be head of the ticket. In 2015, Buhari went into a primaries. You must remember, Buhari was not the consensus candidate in APC. He contested in the primaries. He did not say, oh, he submitted to the primaries. He won the primaries, defeated Atiku, defeated Konkoso, defeated Tambua, defeated Rochas, defeated Sam Munda Azai, and a couple of other people. We must be realistic. Sorry, just to round it up. In Edo, you think with the 300,000 votes we gave Obi in 2023, it will not be available to 2027. The sitting governor has already put billboards everywhere. Tinubu is working. He has already campaigned for Tinubu. The APC governor they rigged into office there. You think he will not kill himself to produce the votes for Tinubu? Or is it the Delta State governor that is remote to be defective? What the 300,000 votes that came from Delta, where would they come from? Or is it Lagos where Obasa and Co will be Oluomo will be fighting for a war wars? Where would the votes come from? Or how do you defend those votes? Tinubu is not going to do any electoral reforms. He's not going to sign it. There's not going to be any this thing. Well, the only way to stop him is a resistance, and that is put by the opposition uniting. But any other way, it's not Peter Obi sits it out and also waste his money if we continue to say this, or we come together, we put our ego in our pockets, we sit down, and we say we are taking this country back for APC. If not, APC will really be like the PDP threat and rule for 60 years in Nigeria. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Can I respond to him?
All right.
Good
Thank you.
evening. I beg, I get question. Can I ask question?
All right. Let's have Jege. Do you have a question or you want to respond? Which one?
So I just wanted to quickly respond to him, to the previous
All right.
speaker.
Let's take the questions
Okay.
first before. All right. Let's have a question before the respond. Mr. Bamidele, you can ask your question, please.
Odogwu abeg, who use 10 billion naira buy vote, and did they actually win in that election? I just want to get that number right. Have you not
APC,
been 10 billion?
APC. I'm not telling you a story. I
Now
was
state election or presidential election with that one, or
presidential
senator?
election. Sorry, state election. Sorry, 2024 September year.
Which
Let's go to
state?
Edo. I was not a. I'm not. I was a
So
participant.
APC use 10 billion, just a token of 10 billion to buy vote in Edo. So you are saying that the former governor could not raise 20 billion to buy it, to counter buy and win the election?
I don't know whether
How much is 10 billion naira?
Are you being serious or are you joking? If you are
I'm
serious,
serious now,
if you
Odogwu,
are serious,
because you said they use 10
let me
billion
answer.
naira buy election in Edo.
Let
So
me
you are
answer.
not saying, you are saying, no, you don't need to answer now, simple mathematics now. Are you saying,
But this is not a
are
question
you
now. This
saying
is not
from
a
all
question.
that we know about Edo, that the former governor, Obaseki, could not raise 20 billion and counter the 10 billion APC brought in? How much is 10 billion naira? The allocation of the state, the allocation of...
No, Bamidele. You came up to ask a question and he has answered you. Maybe you have to wait for your turn, then you get to counter him. Well, let's go to Gege. Gege, please just have 30 seconds so that we can move the mic. Please, you can have the mic.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to respond to the previous speaker because, as I said, the aim of winning an election is just not to remove the APC. You have to be sure that the person you're putting there is better. So the idea that, Obi does not lead this coalition, whoever the coalition brings to us, we support them just so we can get APC out. It doesn't fly. It doesn't work like that. And secondly, as I've said, Nigeria does not belong to the North. It belongs to all of us. So you are telling us that why will the North trust that Obi will serve one term? Well, that's fine. If you feel that it's us that needs to prove ourselves, no problem. We can all suffer together. And then my final point is, as I said before, there's no guarantee that they would even allow Obi succeed, whoever it is that's at the top of this ticket. Because I can tell you for free, Atiku will be at the top, they'll win the election, and within 2 years, the same thing they did to Shetima, the same thing they've done to Osibanja, is what they will do to Obi. They will not allow him anywhere near that presidency. So Obi clearly has the momentum. Obi has the numbers that Atiku does not have. I'm a bit confused as to why we're even arguing about this. If you want to form a coalition, the strongest person is at the top. Atiku doesn't have any numbers. His own party cannot even back him. I don't know why we're having this conversation. I yield the mic.
Sorry, Gege. I'm like I told you. Sorry, this is just my last point, and I will not speak on this space again. I told you I'm not. This was my former life. I'm not guy because after what happened in 2024, I moved my hand from Nigerian politics. I told myself that this country cannot change, and I moved on to go and do other things with my life. I'm not that. I'm really just invested because my parents, my siblings live in that country. After that, in 2024, to January, I carried my bags and left the country for you people, for them. I just told myself this country cannot change. But the point I am saying, and I will make, and I will labor to make, and I will labor. We have data. Data is polls are done. I never look. I didn't give you a combination. I didn't suggest names. I said that if they suggest that Obi should do it alone, because that is the this thing I see a lot of tweets, especially from Ochila or somebody. I read his tweet. He has been going on a tangent since morning. I've just read his tweets from my days. Who suggests that? If they suggest, they hate him, they want to go and waste his money. It will not happen. What I said, and I agree with you, power is not just for power's sake, but there's no universe. It could be Saraki for heaven's sake. It could be for I don't have the only person I will not tolerate is Nasir Rufai. I said it to you in this space. I can't stand him. I will never support anything Rufai is involved in. I've said that for this space. Not because I don't think he's a brilliant man, but I think he's so brilliant that his brilliance is so wicked and devious for evil. That's my opinion. But If the only presidential candidate I want to support is El-Rufai. If El-Rufai is on a ticket, just like the way my red line was Wike. If Wike was on Atiku's ticket, I would never have supported Wike. Anywhere Wike is, I can never be there. That's my own red line.
I'm sorry, Odogo, sorry.
So
Deji, please make sure. Deji, are you there? Deji, yeah, all right. Just network, I beg.
so for me,
Sorry, Odogo.
I'm simply interested. And I'll tell you, yes, it might not be this thing, but I'm very convinced that even if he's kicking out APC alone, it solves 50% of Nigerians' problems. That party is a party made up of cynics and wicked people. If you see what they did to us in the elections, I said we're just coming from the field. It's not, we're not 2023 is a distant memory. I was on the field for the last election that happened in Nigeria. Ondo was not an election because Ondo was the coronation. What happened in Edo was an election. What we saw with our eyes, what we experienced in the hands of APC, what Egbetokun did to us in Edo. Egbetokun is a political appointee now, according to what the National Assembly has done. He will be there 2027, trying to keep his job again for another 4 years. What Egbetokun will do? Egbetokun, if you can't check my tweets, the leader of the armed wing of the APC. What do you think is going to happen? What weak case cause it did to us in Edo, weak case cause the writing results in our presence. You see, it brought us policemen who did in balaclavas. Police trying to kill you, trying to drop a sitting governor out of this thing. What they did to us, you think the governors that are kowtowing, what you cannot deny about Tinubu is that Tinubu, whether you like him or not, he has balls. He has balls. He has balls. Whether balls for good or for evil, but he has balls. He has testicular fortitude. He will deploy it for his own use in 2027. The only way we can resist him is to come together. If not, like I said, all of us should go. The ones that are politically interested that are still in Nigeria, go to your ward tomorrow, go and pick a PC form, join them. Any other solution but coming together as one to fight this party, it will not work.
Sorry,
It will
Odogu,
not work.
Deji, Michael, are you aware? Are you streaming on YouTube? I saw NjenjeMedia. Someone is streaming. Are you aware that this space is being streamed live on YouTube?
No, I don't have an idea, but that's fine, anyways.
Yeah, see, so go to if you have your
So
system, go
thank
to
you.
It's
Thank you,
okay.
NjenjeMedia.
It's okay. It's okay. Una
Enjoy,
dey hear me.
enjoy,
Una dey hear me.
enjoy.
Una dey hear me. Michael, you dey hear me?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hear
It's
you,
fine.
Deji.
It's fine. I mean, we're already live on Twitter already. So let broadcast it to Tinubu. Let him listen to it. Go on, go on.
JJ, please.
We're global
Anyways,
now. It's in Astro as we speak.
back to the conversation, everybody. Let's move on. Thank you very much, Odogo. I think Abubakar, we should have you next, since pharmacy is here already. Abubakar.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Who and what is blocking opposition coalition? Let me just divide this discussion from my own opinion into two: the north and the south east, because I think whatever coalition that is coming from this particular two regions, that is the north and the southeast, because of the existence of the likes of Atiku, Abubakar, the likes of El-Rufai from the northern Nigeria, while from the southeast, the likes of Peter Obi. But the problem is that there is ego inside this issue of coalition. Everyone wants to be the person, wants to be the president. There is trust issues, and there is one kind of relationship between northerners and the southeasterners. I mean the Igbos. I have listened the likes of Gege. When he's talking, he say,
Nigeria, it doesn't belong to Northerners. It doesn't do that. Someone must come and it. This is one of the problems that we are still having in this country, because people need to learn how to build bridges. Across all regions. This is what Tinubu did. This is what the Yoruba did. They have their own ambitions. They supported somebody from northern Nigeria. They criticize him through their own media houses, but not specifically by themselves. And they built a very strong bridge that Northerners trusted them. All of us went out for Tinubu. We went against Peter Obi. We even went against our own, and that is Atiku Abubakar. But after the removal of the fuel subsidy, Naira, the floating of the currency, and other anti-masses policies, and some promises, some of us that did what we did due to patriotism and due to the thinking that this is a government that will bring the necessary change, because they have done a lot of propaganda during the campaign time. And coming back to Peter Obi, if you notice, he did very well as a first timer during the 2023 election. But I can tell you this: if Peter Obi today will contest, even without Atiku, he will hardly even pull up the 6 million votes. Why? But at that time, there was this popular vote, that is the Muslim ticket. I know quite alright. Some people voted APC due to that Muslim ticket that is their own, and and looking at who was the then president, what the kind of role he played, to the extent that till date there is a kind of debate between a lot of APC members, especially the
Taye,
Southwest.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry
I
if you
can
don't
hear you.
mind. Are you speaking about PO as a um the ticket runner of a coalition or a separate candidate PO? Which one are you
No,
speaking to
no,
now?
no, no. A separate
Okay.
candidate. I'm just giving you a background of what happened in 2023 before we come to the point of the coalition. So you have to look at the kind of person who was president then. That is the former president Muhammadu Buhari. Till date, there is a debate. Some people were saying that he even worked against Tinubu, while others were saying he worked for the APC. Nonetheless, it's due to the fact that there is a presence of somehow free and fair election. Maybe there is a playground for others. Where his own party took him to court due to the Naira cashless policy that some people believe the cashless policy played a very vital role in the 2023 election. And going back to Peter Obi, Peter Obi won election. If you look at the states that he won election, some part in the northern Nigeria. I'm from northern Nigeria. If you take the northern Nigeria, where Peter Obi won, is the majority Christian places, due to the fact that majority believes that the Muslim ticket is a target against the Christian people of Nigeria, because some people believe that is not a fairness. Even I myself was somehow for Osibanjo ticket, because I believe after Buhari from the northern Nigeria, maybe we can have a candidate who will be acceptable in the southern part of the country and northern part of the country. But whatever, what played has played. So coming back to the coalition, now we have Atiku, who has been mentioning coalition, and we have Peter Obi from the Labour Party, who has declined a plan that because I have seen his interview where he made mention that he's not aware of any coalition, he's not part of any coalition. And Nigerians believe, with the kind of president that we have today, with the kind of the man that he is humiliating a state governor. Look at what is happening in River State. I believe he has scared most of these governors, and I can tell you categorically, a lot of them are not are not really happy with what is happening. They cannot even stand on their own. But why? He has the power, he has the money, he has the influence to do a lot of things in the country. So I believe without this coalition, Peter Obi, Atiku, and others have to come on a round table. They have to keep their ego aside. Peter Obi cannot just come out and tell you, no, I'm Peter Obi. I'm the star boy. You must support me because I'm from the southeast or because I'm Igbo. And likewise, Atiku cannot come and tell you, no, look, I'll be running for this seat. I deserve the ticket. You know, you have to put me at the front. Recently, I had a meeting in Abuja. I think last month. That is was during Ramadan, with someone from the southeast. I think he's from the Obedient family, and that was the first time when I had a sensible conversation from someone from the Obedient family. You know, he realized what happened, the kind of politics that played during the 2023 election, and he understood that he has to come down to the north and communicate with the people, because you need to understand the terrain. You cannot just come on social media, because the obedient movement is mostly on social media. Most at times when we're on social media, we're always emotional. When you're tweeting, when you see something and then you make a submission that it will be dramatic. So most at times when we're online, we are emotional. We don't even know ourselves because we are faceless. And so we started this conversation, and I realized that, okay, with the kind of demand, if we can have such people that will come down to the north, or maybe some northerners will go down to the south and build this bridge, because we have seen it with Atiku. Atiku is the most accepted candidate. I have never supported him. I think if I would support him, maybe it would be the first time 2027. But if you look at the terrain, the Atiku movement, it is the kind of movement that has gone all around the country. You find someone from the southeast that he can do whatever for Atiku to win an election. Likewise, if you go to the southwest and if you come down to the north. So as Peter Obi, if we really mean business, I don't care who become the candidate, as far as this particular government is going. And I believe and I hope either it is Atiku or Peter Obi. I hope that they will be better than him, and I'm still feeling that they will be better than the current president. And during the election, we have to look at the mistake that we made, especially when this election was taking place, the National Assembly election. People were not even paying attention. We have a rubber stamp uh, uh, Senate president. We have a rubber stamp House of Representatives speaker. And, all these things have to put in place. Because if today, please, someone should mute your mic, please. I don't know who is speaking. So if today we have Peter Obi as the president and we don't have these houses in favor of Nigerians, they are going to frustrate him. Look at 4 years. I think 4 years is not enough for you to make any reasonable something. Looking at the kind of situation we are in today in the country, just 2 years wasted. We have thrown questions if there is any Baptist that think if there is any policy that is favoring him, or maybe thinking that this is something positive. We have asked several times, and they will just come and gaslight you with a lot of nonsense. So thank you for the opportunity, Gigi and Michael. Thank you. I'll yield the mic.
Yeah, pharmacies around now.
All right,
Now,
pharmacies, you can go.
a little bit brief. We are talking about the coalition of 2023, 2027. Let me be sincere with you people. If you people are not interested in electoral reform, then forget it. I was a very strong participant for the 2023 elections, and I knew all that
Francis,
transpired.
hold on, please.
Hmm?
Uh,
Yes.
we are not here to talk about reforms.
No.
Wait.
No. Let me
Let
let
me
me
let me let
sincere.
me first
See.
of all come in. We are not here
Yes.
to see when they come together. I don't know which one you think will come first. Do you think they will first of all, what's it called? They will do it on their own. They will say, "Oh, reform first," and then they will not decide whether they want to form coalition. The topic is coalition. It's strictly politics. I understand. Don't get me wrong. I've literally heard spaces, talking about, INEC and whatever. I get that. It's also important. I'm not taking away from that. But what I want to hear is slicing and dicing this political chess game. And the way the way I've been listening to everybody, the APC guys are so relaxed. These guys, they are happy. They
Do
are
you know why
chewing
they are relaxed?
popcorn.
Do you know why they are relaxed? Do you know
So
why
I
they are
need you to
relaxed?
break down the
They are
political
relaxed. They
dynamics
are
that,
relaxed.
that
They,
is
they,
what I want to
they
listen
are
to.
relaxed. They are relaxed because you are in a country where a president can just wake up and remove a governor. All PDP governors that you see running to the APC, do you think that they like to go to the APC? Apart from the fact that they are being pursued, can you tell me the national secretary of PDP? We don't even know whether it's Ayaun or it's Judodoye because the Supreme Court has just been mute. The PDP have been so decimated. We have a PDP Wike who is destroying the PDP and is still in the APC cabinet and he still goes for PDP next meeting. So today, as I'm talking to you, Anambra State does not have a PDP candidate. The reason because nobody knows whether if PDP presents a candidate, whether they will not be thrown in the court. We have a Justice Kekere Edu, who is in the Supreme Court. Egbetokun is in the police. So he has captured everywhere. And you say you don't want an electoral reform. Look, let me be sincere with you. Whatever you people do and all that, what they just need to do, they'll chase you people out of the collation center just like they did in Edo, and they will just call any result and tell you, go and defend your result in the whole 774 local government. Bring each polling unit agent to the
Famsis,
this thing. That
please
is
let's
just it. I'm
focus.
just being
See,
sincere.
because what
No.
you're saying,
Now,
I
the
don't
truth of the matter,
understand.
yes,
You said somebody has
yes.
captured
Now,
everywhere, and you still want the same person
it's
that
people that
captured
is
it
there now.
to do the
It's
reform.
there.
Help me
So,
make it.
so, 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 what if we don't push for a reform? That is where the problem is. Forget coalition, because let me be sincere with you. A Peter Obi does not even need an article to win an election in that Nigeria. You don't need an article. Article came in 2019. When article came, Obi brought the result from the South South and Southeast. What did article bring from the North when he was campaigning with his brother Buhari against his brother? Obi brought the candidate. Buhari virtually did not score anything in the South South and Southeast. So tell me, what did article bring that you are calling article a political chess master or what? So to me, I don't see article as even anything. He's just a distraction. So the basic truth is just that if Obi runs with a candidate from the north, maybe an Erufai, who we feel maybe is a bit radical and all that, which can this in, then we can be talking about okay, fine. But then, even if you do that, the problem is, will INEC be fair? Let's be sincere. Let's not just throw away this thing. And that's just what I want to say. Will INEC be fair? So just leave article out of it. It's just a political distraction. So the problem is if Obi decides, and let me tell you this, sensei, if you ask me, I'll tell you, let Obi run with an aero file and all that.
Pharmacists,
Let Obi do 4 years
do you
and
think
give
Buhari won
Article
election
8
because
years.
INEC was fair?
He said,
Pharmacists, do you
now let me tell you the truth about it. The 2015 election that brought in Buhari was the most rigged election in the whole universe. The problem is that everybody was united against Jonathan. Both international communities were united against Jonathan. And that is why Jonathan was brought down. And Jonathan refused to fight. Because if Jonathan has said, let me step down and give Sule Lamido the ticket and say, I don't want to contest, I don't think Buhari would have been there. Even despite the fact that if everybody come and say they want to form a merger, APC, the issue was 2015 was just to remove Jonathan. And that was it all. And they had a backing from the international community to remove Jonathan because of some certain things. So I like to be fair in all my dealings. So the truth about it is that if Obi decides to go with Erufai, he can give Tinubu a run for the money. But because I'm very vivid with you people, a free and fair election, Tinubu cannot take it, cannot even get 25% in Edo State or South South or any of the states in Southeast or South South in a free and fair election where nobody is favoring anybody. Thank you.
Coles, Alpha, have we
Oh,
abolished the engagement session? Have we stopped
you
the
see?
engagement session?
I would know because
Okay,
of
no,
time.
no, no,
People
no,
are
no.
raising up their hands, so we just have to move along. But if you want time, no, I can engage. Well, I find it very funny when people come up and say, I get pharmacist's point anyways, but you coming up to say, the person will never give you that reform. That's the honest truth. You can't expect the devil to chill with you, whatever. It's impossible. So don't expect reform from a party that doesn't want to give you reform. Nobody will give you the power to bring him or win him in an election. That would be stupidity for the person. So I
Yeah,
just,
that's why I don't
anyways,
want us to be focusing
let's
on
move
that
on.
because, I mean, he himself painted a very, very, very terrible picture of state capture, but still expects the captor to give you reform. But anyway, that's a debate for another day. Please, who is next?
Yeah, this, I think it was on beach. Then we'll go to extension, the Bamidele.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? I'm big speaking.
Yeah, on beach, you can have the mic.
Yeah, okay. Um, Thank you. I've been listening to the conversation for a very long time now, and it became clear to me that P2B should just contest. They should go it alone, lose fairly, and go home, or win and win. Because I can't see a situation like when if you try to balance the whole thing, I can't see a situation where Atiku would Atiku must contest. He's definitely going to contest, and I can't see a situation where he's not contesting. And at the same time, I can't see a situation where P2P will be vice to Atiku. So, but we are not looking at the bigger. What if humor me a little bit? What if we have a repeat of 2023 with the way the Northerners are moving now, and the whole proclamation of the North will come out with someone they're going to vote for in the next 6 months. With the way this shift with support, the support base, if things should play out the way it played out before, wouldn't we have something different? Would Tinubu be able to get the 8 point something million? Would Atiku's vote not increase? Would like if you try to just visualize this thing, if the three people contest as they were before, and of course I know rigging, but we know one of elections like the one that happened in Edo or Kogi is easily you can easily play around with it, but the whole nationwide elections. It's more trustworthy. But of course, you can. Obi needs to be more radical, or the opposition needs to be more radical. But it's easier to have something straightforward in a general election than a one-off election. But what I'm trying to say is that if there's this divided thing that everybody is scared of, there is a divided opposition. I'm looking at it. Is it that scary? Would that be that bad? If you have most article having more votes from the northern perspective, if obviously those votes are coming from the Tinubu side, basically. So this the 8 point something million that Tinubu got will be reduced and added to article. Maybe it's even better for article because at the end of the day, it might even go into a runoff, and who knows what is going to happen. So I'm not seeing the gloomy picture people are painting with a divided opposition. As long as there is a more radical approach to defending the votes, there's a more radical approach to INEC, and the election a bit more credible. And yes, if you have three people fighting for it, will be more credible. The elections will be more credible. It will be better than what we saw in Edo and Kogi and whatever. And of course, we put more efforts international community. Like if it's doable, I don't see this whole gloomy thing that if there's a divided opposition, everyone should go home and rest. I don't see it that way. I see Tinubu's votes being hijacked from the north, And I don't. And from when you go to the south as well, Obi didn't have governors, and he was able to pull what he pulled. So I've not seen a very gloomy situation. I'm seeing a situation where it might even favor Atiku more because he will get more votes. So that's so I don't the Obi there's no way he can the coalition cannot work. I think it's even too late for that. And even if you're coming to coalition, what are you going to do? Would everybody join Labour Party or would everybody join PDP? We see how dysfunctional PDP is now, or should everybody enter SDP or a new party? There are lots of things there that you cannot place your hands on it. So I think everybody should go it alone and see how it goes. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Thank you, Ombik. I think extension, please. You can have a mic.
Uh, so actually, the reason, my opinion is that this coalition is not going to work. The candidates have to stand themselves, find the strongest people that they will align with based on their defined objectives that they want to achieve in the office. For one thing is clear, the present coalition talks that are going about, it doesn't come as a result of Nigeria's critical needs with respect to economic development and sustainable livelihoods. No, it just started from few that think they no longer have the ear of the president. They are lacking relevance in their respective states. They are lacking relevance with the respect of the significant numbers they find themselves back in our country's political value chain. So they sat down together and said, we have to let go of the APC. We have to send this man away. He is not going to come back. Not board all the policies he is executing to make sure that ordinary Nigerians are already in their grave before their time comes. So it was political, and political not for the people, for themselves. So it is not going to work. It is not going to have any natural cohesion that will drive them to success. And if you look at the key actors, you get to see that I used to call them political emboko. Because how can Malan Nasir pick a ticket in Social Democratic Party, whereas he has been extremist, capitalistic, neoliberal, divine politician in this country? If you look toward his words, I do not believe in rural development is there. Electricity is not meant for everybody when he was in Abuja. So now he picked the Social Democratic Party and is telling other politicians, come, let's come together and rescue this country. If sincerely speaking, the passion is as a result of how we are feeling in this country, he wouldn't wait till 2.5 years almost to come with his SDP. Since day one, when the support subsidy was given without any notification, without any explanation, without any due assessment, and what follows after the promise, questioning effects and policies that came, and then nothing, he will just jump up and jump out as he claimed. And he gets to wonder. Even in his recent interview, you see the overstretch of the material, accusing the NSA that he's sabotaging him for the run in 21. You see, it is not Nigeria that we're talking about. And this is one of the key players that political Mboko thought and think and continue to think that when he becomes the president, he has the power to deliver that block bot in northern states that used to go through Buhari before he became the president, that numbers. By the way, if you look at his stigmatization with voters at the lowest bottom, those who go and cast their votes, they do not perceive him as somebody they trust. It is the same problem Elijah Atiku Abubakar is facing in this country with respect to northern region of the country. Northerners do not perceive him as one of their own. That's how they look at him. Majority look at him as somebody that is, southeast based or southwest based, sentimental driven political godfather, and it is costing him more. So now, if you are trying to submerge the two together with Peter Obi, who himself is having a serious problem with respect to northern politics and northern voters. So you see, you have already defeated the purpose of a coalition since day one. And the work around can never be done with RYE, Atiku, and Peter Obi. We have to establish that. And when you talk about Engineer Rabi Musa Kunkasu, you get to see he has no any other reason that would make him to join the coalition. Not because of everything, but because he wants to become a president one day. Two, he wants to have that relevance at that table where he himself gets to have that spread across the national politics. In as much as we do not like to discuss about it, it is true. Beyond Kano, northern Nigeria, a lot of people don't even know the name across other regions. So he has having that problem. And with the same problem he faced in 2019, with Elijah Atiku Abubakar, with the PDP, and how he dismantled the PDP in Kano State and make sure that since they betrayed his interest, he made sure that no longer PDP, no longer have PDP in Kano State. So why will he go and join a coalition like that? And if you remember the Chatham interview, that's just enough for you. When he was asked about Upton Peter Obi and the conversations, you know what he said. I won't say it here, but the conversation will continue to follow. So who then again that is having the clout and have the strong stand that if he stands on his own, he is thinking that he is going to be the president. He doesn't need majority of the people who are among them. It is Peter Obi. So how will he come and sacrifice that optics for a coalition that definitely is going to marginalize him if it materializes? I'm not a hypocrite. We have to just, it's a statement of fact. It is the same thing that happened to RYA. He's thinking that, okay, we bring this administration. Don't wait, I promise you, you're going to be a minister. You're going to be part of the kitchen cabinet. But at the end of the day, when everything happens, he was no longer there. No, but you no longer have that access. That is what is going to happen. Because in as much as we are talking about northern politics, you have to sow into that northerners always protect their own with respect to political arena. It is the same reason whereby Wike couldn't debate Atiku in 2023 to have that ticket. Jumbo will give him the check bet. He never expected he's going to consolidate his delegates, his everything to support Atiku. It was on that ground. And we all know that this is what is going to happen to Peter Obi, and he knows more than anyone that if he joins this coalition, this is what is going to happen to his political career. So the odds, the complexity of the situations are ambiguous. And no matter how we want, okay, then let me 2 minutes, I'll round up. And no matter how we want to make sure that it materializes, it won't. Because if you only the way you get to see that it might deliver is when you took it in unit parts. You look at the place for unit parts. But if you look at them holistically and you look at the country and you look at the changing narrative that occur with respect to 2023 election, you will know that it is we're just here to talk. My opinion, by the way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Extension. Bamidele, I think you're next. Please, you can have the mic.
Sorry, Michael, can I ask a question?
Good evening.
Yeah, sure,
Thank
shoot.
you for hosting this. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Bamidele. Sorry, someone has a
Can you hear
question
me?
for Extension.
Hello?
Henry, you can ask. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bamidele. So,
Hello?
someone has a question for Extension. Can you hear me, Bamidele?
All right, I hear you now. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, hold on. Sorry, someone has a question for Extension.
All right.
Just a minute, please. All right, Henry, please ask your question.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask the last speaker, because he talked about every file, collation cannot work, all this one. So what is going to work? Are you saying that Nigerians do not have the right to decide, based on what is happening currently in my country? So are you saying that Nigerians do not have the right to say, okay, they don't want to go this way, okay, they want to go by coalition. Because you are saying that coalition won't work. So what will work? Let's know. Thank you.
Well, you see, the time needed to expose and explain your question is more, but I'm just going to be succinct. The only reason I tell you coalition wouldn't work is not that the people will not do the right thing. No, the people will do the right thing that is only right to them politically. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. The people cannot come, no matter how sweet the deal is, especially with some certain demography of votes. You know, it's not going to favor Peter Obi if he's the person in that ticket and serving somebody from the north. Or the reverse is the case. And the political machination that will follow such coalition is far beyond what you ever think. And look at the Nigerians, we Nigerians entirely. Tell me, do we always do the right thing when it comes to politics? And who are the people that go and queue up to vote? Are they the people that have a complete understanding of what the rule of law entails or what democracy is all about? Or are they the struggling class that usually get 2,000, 5,000? It depends on what for that. So I'm not saying that Nigerians cannot do what is expected. All I'm trying to say is Nigerians will do what is expected according to their own beliefs with respect to national politics. That's just it.
No, thank you, extension. I'll had your extension actually. Bamidele, you can have the mic now, please.
You did for hosting this space. At least we can have the conversation and still learn one or two things other. I think this talk about coalitions to me is only saying one thing. If the opposition actually claim, I'm talking about the opposition leader that actually has shown in the last election of 2023. We talk of Atiku, we talk of Peter Obi, all right, and maybe talk of one council. Though out of the four that were added to Tinubu now, it's only Atiku and Obi that claim they actually won the election. Kwankwaso never claimed he won the election. He accepted the result that he only had good showing in his own state of Kano. Outside Kano, he had no showing. He didn't contest the election results, right? But Atiku contested the election results that he actually won the election. And in a similar token, Obi contested the election results that he won the election. Though the pleading of the election contestation, he never declared anywhere that he won. He just want a run-up to be made so that he can slug it out with Atiku, who is going to be a smooth ride for him, in as small Tinubu is qualified. However, if the coalition is their own suggestion from them, it means both Atiku and Obi, they actually lying about the outcome of 2023 election. Because if they actually, in their own individual capacity, if they won the election, coalition is not needed. It means they can go their different way and have. So that's what it is. So it means that they lied about their election. Actually, their separate ways cost them the election. And which is exactly what the ruling party is saying, that you don't separate ways. You have made it easier for us to win. Because if you put all your votes together, all opposition votes, we are minority, right? So now, but they said no, they actually won the election, they rigged the election. So it means the election was not rigged. That's exactly when they say they need coalition now. And coalition, for coalition to work, there are a lot of things. It's beyond just adding number. Because one secret about coalition is this. Nobody is afraid of coalition anyway. Because in the present government of the thing, nobody is afraid of coalition. Because when the election is a two-horse race, different factors are going to come in. They even make it to be as the coalition candidate. Different narratives are going to come in, and factors that will determine the winner are going to be different, right? And if the election is now Peter Obi now, so it's going to be very easy for it to be won by the ruling party. It can be a slug it out sort of with Peter Obi, a southern versus southern, a southern candidate versus another southern candidate, right? But if it's a northern candidate versus a southern candidate, it's going to be a smooth ride. That one is very clear like anything. So if you want them to do calculation, nobody is afraid of their coalition. They should go ahead and do the coalition. But it tells us that if they agree to actually do a coalition as the two to win the election at all, it means all of them, Atiku, Peter Obi, they lied about the outcome of 2023 general election.
Mr.
And this
Bamdele,
game is
Mr. Bamdele, can
yes,
you hear me?
I can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me quickly do the calculation for a north, like somebody from the north and against Tinubu from the south? What's the pathway for Tinubu to win? Can you quickly help us do that calculation?
No, the calculation, election mathematics is not pure mathematics. If you want me to do that for you, you will give me a whole lot of time, and I'm very sure you cannot have that patience. So don't bother me to waste my time trying to explain what you will not even listen to. But the election is what all of us can go into the analysis and be looking at it. So factors that dictate in the past record, you can look at the past record. There is no time Buhari in his three previous attempts that they won the election generally. There are other factors in the election, but it's not time he won the election. But he has substantial vote baggage. Because to win the election is also it's not just to have controlling of a voting bloc. It's beyond that. It's a national election that we are talking about. So if you actually go into all those results 1999, 2003, 2007, 2011, 15, like that, everybody is going to see clearly what it means to win the national election. So nothing changed in 2023 in the recess of it. In the trend, election has been won. However, people want to lie to
Aziz,
themselves.
that's not the question he asked you, Aziz.
Kí ló
He
ṣẹlẹ̀
asked
now? What's happening? Should
he
I
asked
stop
you
talking?
about the no, don't stop talking. He asked you about the pathway, right? He didn't ask you about
What?
all the things that you're explaining, Aziz.
Who is talking now? I can't. Why are you interjecting me? Do you want to dictate the answer that I give to an answer? If you have a better answer, when you have the mic, you answer now. What's all this kind of lack of decorum when somebody is talking, making a submission, and that person will be claiming he has a better answer? Somebody asks a question, I'll try to give my own answer. If you have a better answer, wait for your time and give a better answer. Why are you so indecorous?
No, I think he's trying to
And with
direct
all
you.
this your accent, somebody will think accent suggestibility. Ah, now wow. How can you
Just
be talking
answer.
about another person simply because you have a different opinion?
Just answer
Mute your
his
mic.
question.
Mute
Just
your
answer
mic.
his question.
Mute
Just
your mic.
answer his question, Aziz. Don't get
Mute
rude.
your mic. Mute your mic.
Don't be
This your
rude.
weed where you dey. This your
Don't,
weed where
don't,
you dey smoke. You will never get off your head. Just mute your mic.
don't be rude, Aziz. Just answer his question, okay? You don't need to do all this song and dance.
Mute your mic. You didn't ask me question. Why are you disturbing my flow now? What's all
Okay,
this now?
okay, my bad, my bad. Just answer the question.
What's all this now? I think you should learn to be decorous now. Why are you
Answer the
dragging my to federal speaking?
answer the question.
All right, guys. I was out for just few minutes. Social. Calm down. Social, allow Mr. Bambili to finish, so you can have the mic too, right? Mr. Bambili, sorry, my apologies. I was away. You can have the mic. This rain is pouring heavily here, and I can't even hear you guys speak. You can have the mic, Bambili, sorry. Bambili, you can have the mic.
Anyway, I want to, for emphasis sake, I just want to say this because I thought I would mention it too.
To win election is a complex thing. People that want to win election know what to do. Tinubu, as a Muslim from the south, he needed a Muslim ticket to win election, for instance. Because our election, no matter how we do it, run away from it, we not run away, we not, we not underplay emotions. Because emotion come into our election. It's a decision that you want to take at a spot. It has to be impulsive most of the time, and something is going to drive that impulse. You might consider your tribe, the tribe you share with the candidate you want to vote for. You can consider your religion. So it means that tribalism, religion, sentiment will always play a role in the election. If Tinubu, like a Southern Muslim, never won that election, it will not be ever possible properly for a Muslim from South to win the election, because it is not contestable that Muslim in the South are minority, but Muslim in the North are majority. So if the Muslim ticket that was used against him, especially in some core Christian areas in the South, Southeast or South, is understandable how he was not having good showing on those areas because of the Muslim ticket. However, for a Muslim to be president to be produced from the South at all, something like that Tinubu did, it have to happen. Because some people in the North will still be attached to their religion. Whether they put it, whether they say it on political podium or not, they will be attached to their podium. So they will not give them a Christian minority from the South, from the North, and then have a Muslim minority from the South to come on the ballot, right? And win the election. Of course, you have already undermined yourself in a way. That is why majority of the states that Tinubu did not win, in the North, for instance, he had good showing, like having marginal loss, 10%, 50,000, 10,000, and all that. That is why, if he was a Christian, it wouldn't be like that. It won't be like that. It was a Christian, a Muslim, not. It won't be like that. Because he's a Muslim, and of course, there was some sentiment for it in Muslim majority areas in the North. And we all saw that result. So we can say we are not using religion, but all of us know we are going to use it. Whether as a Christian or as a Muslim, when you want to vote, you consider this. We all know. So it is the opportunity for Muslims in the South to produce a president at all, because they never can tell if they have another opportunity of a strong politician like Tinubu again. So that is how the Muslim ticket came. And it was actually used against him in the camp of Peter Obi. That was why everywhere, all the Christian enclaves, Christian areas, they were able to vote against the ticket. So if you want to look at it another time, we are 2023, we are still going to replay it. 2027, we are going to replay it again and see the showing. Let them, maybe Christian tickets, or they will get a strong Muslim from the North who can defeat a Muslim vice president that is going to be a running mate to Tinubu. Let them go try again. Coalition can work too, but let them try their luck. But however, if they actually see coalition as the reason why for them to win the election, it means they lied about the result of the 2023 election. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think Michael is away. All right, let's move on. Edwin, please go on.
Did you check your message? Eh?
Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Okay. Anyways, Edwin, I'm speaking next.
Yes, you called my name.
I don't know. As you know, they now. I don't know who next.
No, it's Edwin. Edwin. This rain is heavy down here.
Good evening, everyone. Please, the host, can I use broken English? Can I use pidgin? Okay. Um,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Me, I no dey in support of coalition or merger at all. I no support am. I no like am. Make everybody go contest. If you win, fine. If you lose, fine. Why I talk say I no dey in support of this merger? You see, this thing, we need to dey very sincere with ourselves. We need to dey very sincere. When everybody will need this merger 2023. We no gree. I no know how I go talk am o, but people wey from the north abeg make una no vex. 2023 Atiku know say e no suppose contest election. E know say na time for the south, but im still go contest election wey Wike fight am. Why the north bin no bring out a certain person to contest election? Kwankwaso comot say e wan contest for election. Now wey Tinubu government now no come favour dem, everybody now need merger. It's funny. It's funny because dem say when dem dey cut trees, when dem dey bring down trees, monkey dey happy, but e no know say na im house dem dey destroy. When everybody bin suppose get sense, we no get sense. Now we come need merger. Okay, are we saying that if the merger works, then Peter Obi come win eventually? Im go just rule for 4 years? Because to be honest with ourselves, the north like power well well. We no go deny, we no go make nobody lie about that one. The north like power. So if Peter Obi go win, so he go just come win for only 4 years, he go just come rule for only 4 years, comot. Is that what we are saying? So the Tinubu, no be say me I like Tinubu government o, but I think we should allow Tinubu to complete his 8 years and the thing goes back to the north, since this is the system we are using. Yes, no need for coalition. Atiku wey dey find Peter Obi now, why 2019 election, that's the first time I voted in Nigeria. 2019 election, he carry Peter Obi as running mate. Now Peter Obi give am most of im vote. So 2020 coming to 2023 election, wey e suppose allow Peter Obi dey that party to contest that election, he come out, he get mind come out. Now in the turn come back, come want merger. All of the El-Rufai. Okay, let me ask people one question. If El-Rufai dem be appoint am as minister, if dem bin give El-Rufai minister, El-Rufai for the camp, El-Rufai now for come know say Nigeria no good, El-Rufai now for come know say Tinubu is a tyranny or whatever he calls him. Because the merger, we don't need any merger. I should go and contest. If you win, you fine. If you no win, you lose. If you lose, you fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have a question. I get question.
All right,
Can I
go
go?
on. Go on.
I have a
Can I
question.
go?
All right, thank you very much. Just a quick one, guys. I think I heard Bamidele talking about religion playing a role. Why we agree that religion does that, what he was trying to portray, the reason why Southeast did not vote for Muslim Tinubu was because of the Muslims. It's a big lie. It's not true. I don't know where he got that from. Southeast has always voted for Muslims. Yeah, so don't push such narrative to people, making them believe that Southeast don't vote for Muslims. I think we should be even querying the other way around. And secondly, if you're talking about Southeast doesn't even vote, Abiola, for example, the Muslim ticket during Abiola's time, how did it go? You saw the numbers from the Southeast, but you want to push a narrative here, making people believe that Southeast doesn't vote for. That's fallacious. Anyways, going back to what I was saying, the essence of this coalition, it's for me basically to add more numbers to what we already have. Number one. Two, to defend our vote. But having these two things in mind, we also wait, excuse me, let me finish, please. I didn't I did not Deji, please allow me don't let this guy thank you. So what I'm trying to say here is that there's a reason for coalition, and those reasons are very simple: to add more numbers to what you have, to defend your votes. Oh my god. Like
See,
Excuse me, co-host. It's not fair to me when somebody is twisting my word and you don't allow me to take it down.
Hold on. I'm not the one in mute. It's my hostess, Miss Deji. Am I even audible, Deji?
Mr. Bamdele, please refer to the rule of the space. If you want to respond to his rebuttal, you wait. You wait. You don't just come up and start interrupting. If you don't want to do that,
Deji, sorry.
please drop.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. So the essence of coalition, like I was saying, is basically to add more numbers to what you've got. Secondly, to also make sure that you can be able to defend your votes with us, or to reduce with what the already existing number you've got. And having even talking about this coalition, we also have to put in mind let's leave that one aside. But generally, there are additional factors which are very, very instrumental in winning elections in Nigeria. And if you ask me, some of those factors obviously include we, the people, the Nigerian people. Secondly, factors that also have to do with money, whether you want to accept it or not. Money plays a huge role in every election cycle. Three, foreign interference. You might want to deny that there's not any foreign interference in our electoral cycle. It's a big lie. At least if you're not aware, at least the what happened during Jonathan's regime would have even told you a lot. So there's always a huge level of foreign interference. Number four, we have state institutions, or maybe you could say non-state actors who work for the government in power to actually do their bidding. So, and if you also look at it, you would realize that considering the economic situation we have at the moment, it seemed like the people are not happy. It's up to them to make the decision going into 2027 based on the facts that are available to them at the moment as regards to economic and security situation, or to decide to also make the mistake of trying to be blaming each other and not try to put their houses in order. Money, definitely. As you can see, you could literally look at how Tinubu has been rolling. You don't need anybody to tell you whether you want to accept it or not. That the reason, part of the reason why this man actually went into River State, I want to hold River State. If anybody is telling you otherwise, that's a big lie. It's actually to make sure that he holds River State for what it is. River State has been a state that has been sponsoring elections every electoral cycle. Go back in time from Amechi to the rest of the people there. Mwike did it. So there's always this huge amount of money that is being rolled out from River States and including other Delta State as well. So put that at the back of your mind. Also, look at how Tinubu has been moving as well. Foreign interference. I can tell you that maybe it's no longer business as usual for the current government in power, where they were enjoying, some of the privileges that were before um, Joe Biden left. You could see there's been a kind of a shift there, and it seems like it's not favoring them at the moment. From body languages, from some of the things that we're looking at, even here on X, institutions and non-state actors. You could see that Tinubu himself is even trying to get some of these governors on his side. Obviously, INEC would definitely want to do his bidding. And it's been rumored that even INEC itself, you have some electoral resident electoral commissioners in some states who are also APC members. Now, you also look at how non-state actors was deployed in the last election. You definitely know that this is something that it's going to happen again. Look at the upsuit electoral cycle we had, for example, in Edo State. You saw how that election went. It tells a lot from the perspective of where Tinubu is trying to go. It tells that maybe Tinubu knows that when it comes to voting and protecting our votes, Southerners, and maybe to some extent middle belt, are not the kind of people that he can be able to play that kind of nonsense politics with, where he will do anything believing that nothing will happen. You could look at what happened in Kano State. They tried, but they never succeeded. But you can say that again. So put these things at the back of your mind. You can see that the chances are there if you play your game very well as a people. Tinubu also has his chances when it comes to money, when it comes to institutions and non-state actors. But you also have your own chances as well, considering that maybe it's no longer business as usual for Tinubu when as regards to his foreign counterparts. Now, put this at the back of your mind, that for us to go into that election, there's a need for us to have that coalition and basically to add more numbers. Secondly, if you're screaming that, oh, you do not want coalition, are you ready to defend your votes? Do you actually want more numbers as to people who are willing to defend their votes, or you want to sit under your keypad and say there's no coalition on that election day? You might not even get your voter's card, or you even come out to vote, or even protect your vote. So these are food for thought for everybody to look at before you can, make your decision for yourself. Finally, Tinubu's way of politics. We know that he does not tolerate opposition. That's why you see issues happening in PDP. That's why you see even sitting governors trying to, play his bidding, because everybody's scared because they don't want to lose their own election. If you don't play by the rules, obviously I will deploy what happened in River State, or I'll use the Supreme Court to do what I want to do. It's obvious. So it boils down to the people, considering some of these factors that I've just listed. I yield. Coalition is very, very necessary. That's all.
All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Akums.
Am I audible, Deji?
Respond as you asked me to wait now.
Deji,
Mr. Bamidele Bronze.
Okay, Apple, it is not fair when somebody have a disagreement with you, you decide to turn around what they're saying. I never said Igbo don't vote for Muslim. That never came out from my mouth. I said we may be saying religion, tribalism do not play a role in the election, but we all know for truth they play a role. I was trying to explain when Deji asked me to explain the chances of Tinubu in the electoral, I said the one that decided to pick a Muslim ticket, he has a reason. He knows whether we say it loud or we say it silently. These are factors in elections: religion attachment to the candidate, tribal attachment to the candidate. And you saw it. If I decide to go and take a Christian in the north, and number one, Christian are in the north are minority tribe. That's number one. Two, Christian in the north, as per religion, they are minority. But Muslim in the south, they are minority. Yoruba in the south, minority. It's just a political calculation from him. It's better, let me take a majority tribe who's probably going to be a Muslim, who the tribe will either use his religion to attach to vote. Whether you put it, whether a politician say, that's what I was saying. I never say Igbo don't vote for Muslim. And to speak to this, those are the things that happen in the election that we all saw. And politicians actually use it. Babache Lawal was part of APC before. Excuse me, please. Was part of APC before. It was Muslim seated together. He protested again and left the party. Koye Dogara, they took the ticket of Tinubu together. It was Muslim seated that he left the party for. And Khan protested against it. I'm not Khan. We all saw this thing. You can't say it didn't happen. And that's what I was talking about.
I was not saying a particular tribe does not vote for Muslim. Thank you very much. Please, you don't have to do that. Thank you.
Can I go now? She make I talk.
All right. I think my co-host is in the matrix. Henry, go on. Joanna, please chill. Henry, go on.
I mean the
Okay.
goodness now.
Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Okay. Mr. Deji, good evening. So I don't understand this coalition of a thing. I don't know. Is it just talk? There is no sign of any coalition. I used to say this. Can
That's what
anybody hear
that's what
me?
I'm asking. That what's stopping them? What's blocking them? Why are we not saying anything?
That's because there is no coalition in the first place. Everybody is just looking for a way to. There is no cause for it, no genuine cause for it that can attract the masses. You understand? The masses are divided by tribal and religious lines. If you check everywhere now, everybody is just fighting for their own tribe. And even if you move around in towns, because I used to tell people, life no end for social media. Go to towns, they'll be telling you the country is bad, it's not good, this man is not doing well, but they are already defeated. He will tell you, lo 8 years, he will use it 8 years, lo pé ta ló fẹ́ dìbò, ta ló fẹ́ lè kú. That's the mindset of a lot of people in town because they are already defeated. So who are you forming the coalition with? That's why I used to say the best chance not to allow this man to be president was in 2023. See, I did not. We used to say this, that it's not about performance only. It's not about, okay, who will do it right. It's not about that. We are talking about a man that has held Lagos State down for the past 24 years. He know they want opposition. No matter how you think say your coalition go strong, e go spoil am. That's that kind of person. It's not as if we are used to. It's not like it's a political strategy or something. That is big. That is his mindset. Just a greedy man that wants everything with him alone. He tell you he's building people. So I don't understand. The best way is for him no make him no be president at all. And since he don't be president now, I don't know the coalition talks how is. You can see what is happening in all the parties. Okay, if they come form coalition now, bring one candidate. Okay, they try to contest under PDP. Which PDP? Is it the Wike PDP or the Atiku PDP? So even if they bring one person from that, maybe the Atiku PDP, bring one candidate. Wike PDP will bring out his own candidate too. Then they will go to court. Who is the owner of the Supreme Court? Who is the owner of the police? Who is the owner of INEC? The people that just bring judgment as they like. You can see the judgment they brought out for PDP. No definition to it. Even the LP own, no definition to it. They just bring out judgment. Go and solve your problem. Put them in confusion. And you think one coalition will work. Abeg, make everybody go join APC. Make we rest. Because I don't understand. And if at all there's a sign, maybe there's a sign that the coalition will work. The only, like people said, I don't know what he's doing. The only candidate that fits the biases of everyone right now, because whether you like it or not, the biases are there. You can be feeling the Nigerians are not like that. Is Nigerians for you. They don't care. They only care about what they only care about their tribe. They don't care about their lives. That's Nigerians for you. They care about they can only protect what they want to, what they see, the bragging right. Ọmọ wa ni ẹjọ́ ṣe, that's what they care about. So the only person that can feed that bias now is Goodluck Jonathan. And he's not even, I'm not sure if he's ready. So, Mr. Deji, if we are tired, we could go collect APC form. Make everybody enter the APC since that's what they want, one party system. We could enjoy them together. All this talks, coalition, everybody just doing my nyama nyama things. I'm tired. I yield.
Okay, Deji, can I go on now? All right, thank you. I greet you. I greet everyone. So I'll just react to a few things. Someone said here that hey, because the is no longer favoring the North. That is why is Nigeria favoring you? You are talking. Nigeria they favor you, and all these. It's painful that the guy is not here. These people have found some any little thing. El-Rufai did this. El-Rufai did that. This same El-Rufai was with your man in 2022, 2023. Worked for your man. You had no issue with him that time. He was the best that time. Everything was going fine. Just now, because he refused to support your man again. Hey, El-Rufai is bad. El-Rufai is this. And most of the people that are saying that they will not, in case El-Rufai joins the coalition, that people might not support him. Go and look at what APC scored in the last election. It didn't stop people from Benin from voting. It didn't stop people from Elizabeth from voting him. So stop all these games of trying to blackmail him. Now, the coalition, I believe that they are talking. I don't know what will happen. No. I don't know the decision that's going to happen. But I know they are talking. My own, my own advice is that whoever among these B2B article, anybody, every one of them should go and play this game. Anybody with the coalition picks should be the running mate, should be the flag bearer, and everybody must support. Except if you are working for Tinubu. If you are not working for Tinubu, you will support that coalition. If you are not happy with the way Nigeria is going, you have to support the coalition. Don't come and say, hey, it will not work. Are you the spokesperson for Nigeria, for all Nigerians, to say coalition will not work? A lot of people might not even have issues with wherever the person comes from. Doesn't matter now. Because what happened in 2023 is different from now. The reality of Nigerians is different from what's going on now. As long as they will chase this APC and Nigeria's life will be better. They will not care if it's coming from the north, it's coming from the south, as long as their life is better. So our conversation should be centered around that, not where is this person coming from. And I'm very sure that Tinubu wouldn't have made it without the north. Because most of these votes came from the north. So if the people in the north are saying that they are looking at another direction, I think the people where exactly the bulk votes came from are saying no. So you are now saying that there's no way coalition will work. And you think that the APC people are not scared. Because any little thing, if you tell them that APC is not doing it, they'll tell you, okay, what other choice do you have? If you tell them, okay, maybe there are other people, they will say under what party? So you see that these people are scared of that coalition. And the reason why they are scared of that coalition is because they are not doing well. And forget about all this money, bags. Of course, money will play, but you need coalition to be able to secure the votes. Nobody will do it on his own. No. If you say Obi should go and run solo, you have to pay. Is it under the party? Labour Party will not get polling agents. Is that under that party? Under these people? And someone was saying that Tinubu, you go and fight for electoral reforms. It's that Tinubu will give you electoral reforms. If you are not ready, and I see most of these people, they are not active in Nigeria politics. Don't stay somewhere far away and be telling me that coalition will not work. If you don't support Obi, go and face Tinubu to 2020 something. I beg, that kind of talk, it vex me. You are somewhere outside Nigeria, and you are saying that Nigeria should, if they do not support this thing. Anybody, either is Obio, either is Atiku, if they settle for one person, I believe everybody should rally around that person and support the person for the betterment of the country. Thank you.
Fine. Joanna, go on.
All right, thank you. Um, I like the discussion, especially the last speaker. Um, the truth is that I think I wrote somewhere that even though Atiku has been contesting elections, though let me start with the fact that I am a Atiku fan, so I may be biased with my submission, but I will try to be like very mature and speak facts. So um, we Atiku have the luxury of being a politician, a contest election, and can lose. He's from the north, so the north had 8 years, 2 years ago. But then for somebody like Peter Obi and the southeast, I believe there are most of us. If you are a Nigerian and you have conscience, you must admit that politically the southeast have the legitimacy of claiming being marginalized. So hence, even the demand that the quest that Peter Obi should be president 2027 is very justified, even of the 2023. So, but elections are not won based on what you think is right. It's not about this. This is the right thing, so it must be done. Politics is not done like that. And like I said, Atiku can contest this election and lose, and the North cannot cry marginalization because after they are not marginalized. But the Southeast, if for any reason
All right. Oxley, please go on. Okay. Mr. Kolade, please go on.
Okay, my brother, I greet you and I greet everyone. Uh, I joined not quite long, but the few people I've listened to, I was just laughing where I am. So for me, this is it. This is it. Whether we like it or not, mm, people need to come together. Opposition in quotes need to come together if we are truly serious about wrestling power from this group of people that we have right now. And it just baffles me when people, well, yeah, people have the right to say things. And when people say that coalition, we don't need it, we don't do this, we don't do, and I just laugh. If APC, as big as they are, as terrorizing as they are, if they are still drawing governors by fire by force to come to their camp, you think they don't know what they are doing? Or why didn't they just sit down and fold their arms to say that, you know what?
We have everything. We don't need to force you. We don't need to twist your hand to come and join us since you are a governor. People just better wake up. We better wake up. I believe that reality has done on the politicians. They know they cannot do it alone. And like, let me say one thing. Believe I have this strong conviction. Things may look rough now. Things may look like things are not happening right now. But I'm sure that by next year, nobody will tell anybody anything. They will come together. They will come together by fire, by force. Because they know, all of them know that they cannot do it. Nobody can play this on their own. It will have gladdened me if an Atiku would just be a kingmaker. It will have gladdened my heart. And all this story will have died down. We'll have been speaking with one voice right now. And it's going to be a two-party race. And for whatever reason, it will enter 2027 contest as a two-party race. And Tinubu does not drop Shetima. He's in a fix right now. If he holds on to Shetima, voila. If he drops Shetima, voila. Like somebody rightly said earlier, the sentiment of Muslim for the second time will still work against him if he does not drop Shetima. And if he drops Shetima, the anger of the North will still backfire on him. You get it? So he's in a fix. They know that. So for me, I think it is time people wear their political hats and reason rather than reasoning from the side of emotion, sentiment. Emotion does not take you anywhere. I can say it. If we keep saying from now till Jesus come or from now till eternity to keep saying that, you know what, this is we won't do, we won't collab, we won't, no coalition, no this, it is this. It is when you become president that you can make Nigeria work. It is until Peter Obi gets there, as in is right there with the steering, that he can achieve all his good ideas and goals. So my people, why don't we just be like, in quote, a church or a mosque? Have you seen a church where they say, you are armed robber, don't come into this house? Or have you seen a mosque where they say, oh, you are a kidnapper, don't come? And you get it. They open their doors to everybody. And this is politics. Let us begin to understand that politics is, in quotes, not a moral game. There's nothing moral about it. The bad, the good, and the ugly are all Nigerians. You get it? And if they are all Nigerians, they have equal rights like you and myself. A higher killer will vote that day to say it's voting. So who are you to now say that they don't have the right to vote or be voted for? So in politics, you do not reduce your number. You add to your number. So if your so-called people that they stole, that they know that they have everything right now, if they are doing everything, like forcing people to come to join them by fire, by force, and you are there still saying what? I want to believe that everybody knows, including my own principal, Peter Obi, everybody knows that where we are right now, this is where we stand right now. If we truly want to say we are still talking state capture, we've not seen anything yet. We've not seen anything yet. And I believe that this is, in quote, the last chance we have to make things work. My own advice and my own decision would be, or what I want, or what I pray for, is for the so-called people, or the so-called, especially Atiku, he should be a kingmaker and throw his weight and support behind who the majority of the people want. Naturally love. He should do that. And if he's not doing that, but all this, whatever, they should just go and play. Peter Obi has the cards as it stands today. I want to tell everybody, he can choose to, like, you know what, be a spoiler. He can choose to be a spoiler. And if you don't know what a spoiler means, I can tell you what a spoiler means. And he can also choose, you get it, to still do what? To be the gentleman. He has both cards to play with for him. But if we look at country, for the sake of country and for the sake of the generation unborn, these, in quote, political gladiators, that is who they are. I will tell you today, like El 18, your son, none of us on this place, son is in House of Rep. None of us on this place has been former governor. So 18 or liking, those, he has his own followers. What are we talking about? So in politics, it's about numbers, and it just baffles me when people come and preach morality about who is evil and who is good. Who are you to say who is evil and who is good? It's about interest. What is Peter Obi's interest? How can he achieve it? He should go and talk to these people to see if they can help him achieve it. And if they cannot, Shikeno, again, I said he has the card in his hand. He can be the spoiler and he can be the one that will make things straight. If he wants to be, if Peter Obi decides to say today, you know what, I'm not desperate, Atiku, oh yeah, go and mess things up for them. If God for I'm not let me just let me just say this in whatever. Just think that okay, what if you tomorrow just wake up and say, you know what, I want to go and deputize somebody like an Atiku. You think Tinubu will win such a ticket? How? Where? But we don't want that because we want quote good, we want a better country. That's why we are saying that Atiku, please. Yes, we know that you have everything. We know you cannot do anything less than being a president. We know you've been vice president. We know all that. But please consider your age, consider whatever, and just throw your weight behind this young man that we have faith and we believe in that can drive the country forward and unite the country. That is the plea, and that is the pressure that people need to bounce. It's not by arguing. Everybody have the right to do what they want to do. And if what you don't have, you don't have. I've heard you, Deji. I will yield right now. What you don't have, you don't have. Once the time comes right now, you expect the same Peter B, to come and do what? Go and find billions of whatever to throw into it. We give him all the support. We get it from overseas, and those in Nigeria to do the footwork. At the end of the day, they rig you out. They steal everything from you. Just imagine what PDP stole at the last election. You get it? That thing that they stole. Just imagine that they now say, okay, take this loot, add it to what you have. Are we going to be seeing what we are saying right now about, as I said, Tinubu, I mean PDP, all the loot, all what they stole, if they just say, oh, take this loot, add it to what you take your thing back, are we going to be where we are today? So please, my people, I think we need to just be smarter than this. Rather than criticizing them, let's more pressure on them for them to do the right thing. They all know what is the right thing. And if not, so be it. Thank you, Ditch.
I just want to say that there are some bots that are trying to come to this space since morning. Una know they tire. I don't remove tire. Una no go enter. Gate don't close. Anyway, Joanna, finish your submission.
Thank you. I got lost. I want to say that people who really want Obi to be president have demonstrated a high sense of patriotism. And as for me, I believe everybody who has who has good conscience must work towards Obi presidency because he represents an interest group that has been considered marginalized politically. But then I believe that Obi should not be like other politicians because other politicians can contest election and lose. Uh, but then I think in his own case, am I being heard? Mr. Deji, am I being heard? Oh, so in his own case, he represents an interest group that is considered marginalized. So he's and at the moment there is no politician that I think, in my own opinion, that enjoys almost 90 to 100% support of his base. So he can do and undo. But then, since we should not gamble with, I believe I heard a good number of people from across the country speak. They spoke, but and then uh, we can say that we are all almost on the same platform. But then we are being deliberate about particularly for me. I am being deliberate about Igbo presidency, and Obi seem to have that in his hand presently. So how does he utilize the goodwill the Saudi people have for him? Is it by gambling? Because um, trying to advocate that Obi must be the candidate of the coalition, to me, is not a fair stance, because it looks like we don't care whether we're going to win or not. All we want is Obi. But are we looking at the numbers? Are we looking at the strategy on ground? How do we get Obi in the presidency? So I do not see numbers supporting Obi in the opposition winning election against Tinubu. I rather see Obi becoming president through negotiation. Like, for instance, if coalition worked or works as we are all advocating, we are trusting God for, Obi can decide the winning. Like, he can decide how the election will be. He can decide who wins. So that gives him an advantage. For instance, that was exactly what Tinubu did in 2015. If Tinubu was a candidate of 2015 election for the coalition APC, Jonathan would have defeated him. There was no way Tinubu would have defeated Jonathan from the south. So I'm looking at the reality on ground, that the chances of Obi being the coalition candidate defeating Tinubu is very slim. He may win, but then we cannot bet this thing like bet night. We cannot make this thing like some sort of gambling. Am I making sense? Oh, so rounding up, I am saying that please, we all want coalition and we all want Obi presidency. But please, let's be strategic. Obi should be the most strategic politician presently, because he represents an interest group that must work smartly. And in my opinion, Obi should kindly consider this and go to the coalition with an open mind. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. And I want to engage. 2 minutes of engagement. 2 minutes of engagement.
I want to engage Johanna. Johanna, if I were you, this thing you talk now, if you can, as in cut the video or the audio of what you said, listen to it again, then make a conclusion of what you said to yourself. Even with your bias, it would have been better you said, I was watching an article with my bias. Don't come and tell us strategy. It doesn't make any sense for people that at least we are not children now.
Well, my brother, did you let me respond to you, please.
The only way to strategize. It's like somebody telling me that the only way
let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. Let me respond to you.
I'm not even finished.
Let me respond to you.
I'm not finished with you. I'm going somewhere with you. Saying that is only when we strategize for Atiku, is only when that strategy will work for Nigeria, or Obi will negotiate Nigeria. They will negotiate Nigeria for Obi to become president of Nigeria. See, let me give you the honest truth. If it is me alone, Obi will not president of Nigeria till he die. That's the honest truth. So don't make it look as if Obi, if you want to appease Nigeria, there are many people who are in Nigeria.
No, I think your question is clear.
Hold on. I'm from Nigeria Delta. My village, they collect oil, they treat Nigeria. So if you're talking about when they are talking about crisis, people need help, people need saving. I think my place where they are collecting oil to pay salaries of people in Nigeria, I think of Tinubu transportation agenda and everything is where they collect from. You could talk about those places. Nigeria presidency is not where you should give criminals. It's not where you should give people because of the negotiated it and take it. We have suffered enough as a people. So if you want to be altruistic in your thoughts and want to be pragmatic in your view, if you want to be proactive in politics as it is, then we need to bring people that are healthy, people who are mentally okay, people who have done things in their private way, and we have seen what they have done, and we can say, okay, we can even vote for you. But if you are negotiating presidency because you say, oh, Eastern people never be president of Nigeria, you give it to Obi. I don't think that makes any sense to me.
Can I respond? I respond?
You want to talk about that? You respond.
So God knows my heart, and that, sincerely speaking, if I have the power to give the presidency, I will give it to Peter Obi. That's the truth. God knows my heart. This is.
Who did you vote for? 2023? Who did you vote for 2023 election?
You say?
2023 election. Who did you vote for?
I voted Atiku.
So which is God? Why are you calling God?
No,
God give
see,
people
I'm a
how to
Christian.
vote. Whether na Atiku na
I
them, na
can't
which
just
party?
make this. I
If God
can't
be
just
telling
say
you,
this because I want to say it to
guy,
please
stop
you.
this your
Honestly
God,
speaking,
God
I'm
will
saying
beg
this
and
between
follow
myself
your.
and God. So what I'm saying is, strategy wins election more than desire what you want. I
Okay, no
believe
problem
that.
now.
I believe that we all should come with an open mind. For instance, if the coalition gives Obi the ticket, I will
It is
support
your
him.
mind that need to be open. Your mind need to be open. Your mind is very feared. You need to be open. Your mind is already closed. You need to be open.
If
That's
Obi
what
is
I'm
the
saying.
candidate of the
Because you can
coalition, I
see this
will vote
coalition
for
perspective.
him.
Your
I
mind is
will campaign for him. Get my
uh,
point? I will
when it was
campaign for
election,
him.
2023 election, that article, because you want to do agenda, you can't tell us say you want to give it if
Which
God. Why are you
agenda,
calling
my
God as
brother?
a
Which
blind person?
agenda? There is nothing like
That's what
agenda. We
I'm
had
saying.
people
If you have
from
power
your
to,
state
if you
that
have
voted
power
at
to,
All right, it's okay. It's okay. It's
You
okay.
say if you have power to
Engagement time
vote,
is
you
over.
will have supported the
Thank you
agenda.
very much.
You have the power to
Oxley,
vote. You
please
tell
go
another
on.
person else. You can
It's
say
your
your
turn.
mind. Deji, it's not my turn to speak now.
No, I've been here. I've been here long enough, Deji.
Hostly about Oga. Hostly about Oga.
Odunayo, welcome. I greet you.
Well, Oga, good to sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So, what I would say is on a lighter note, when I hear PDP boys, I always know, but that's by the way. So right now, the talk of coalition is good and all of that, but you know, before I make my submission, I would think that so many people may not agree with me, but Atiku is the reason why we are having this problem that we're having today. The reason is that Atiku knows that in 2023, based on the unwritten rule of Nigeria, it was a turn on the South. Somebody make that submission here, and I agree with that person. It was a turn on the South. Atiku threw himself on the ticket. Now, if it happened that Atiku was not in that picture in 2023, the whole election would have been squarely between um, Tinubu and whoever PDP would have chosen. You know, considering the fact that why I said whoever PDP would have chosen, maybe, and if Atiku was not in the picture, maybe Obi wouldn't have even left PDP to even start with. Then it would have been Obi, Wike, and all of that. Maybe somebody in the south would have gotten it. And let's even say it was Obi that got the ticket of the PDP. Then it would have been a different election, squarely, with the PDP versus Tinubu. If it was Wike that got the ticket, I trust Wike. Wike will not allow Tinubu to really give out. It will not happen. The Wike that I know. But that's by the way. That's the past. So let's leave it aside. Now, in the reality, where we find ourselves today, talking about the coalition, my thought is it's a good conversation. Coalition is good. Based on the 2003 election, official election result, if you look at that result dispassionately, you will be supportive of the coalition. Now, the point is, if we are talking of coalition, on what platform will you mount that coalition? Because we've talked about it, we've been talking about it. Obi, the action is not against it. But Atiku is for it. Atiku is the person. Atiku's posturing. Listen, I will say this very clearly. PDP boys may disagree with me. Atiku's posturing. If you watch Atiku's body language, he has made the coalition about him. Now Atiku does not give a shit whether the PDP is drowned in the Atlantic Ocean. Atiku is known for running an election, whether he run after running an election. Atiku should I expected Atiku to put his house in order. He is part of the reasons why PDP is what it is today. But he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't really give a shit. I have not seen Atiku make any say, oh, PDP this, PDP that. Okay, we sorry, Wike party crisis has almost been resolved. It's just that Abure is doing the kick, the last kick of the dying horse. Abure is already out. So I would say that the Labour Party problem has been solved up to 90%. It's just to take Abure out, and these guys they have gone to INEC, they are giving INEC stability is beginning to come back to Labour Party. But what is the attitude of Atiku Abubakar or PDP? He doesn't care. All he's doing is positioning himself. Oh, coalition, 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 and everybody's there building it around him so that it will be about him. No, it's wrong. So the question I will ask everybody is on if yes, coalition is good. So on what platform? Let's say that Obi, Atiku, Kwankwaso, let me remove Kwankwaso, El-Rufai everybody has agreed on a coalition. On what platform? Or is it, will you put the coalition on top of this current PDP that all of us are saying that is in the back pocket of Wike? That the PDP that we even know that is in the his position, he's putting himself as that oh, this coalition is all about me. On what platform are you going to bring somebody like Obi? You want Obi to leave a platform that he has almost won the battle that he has been fighting for the last. PDP is a piece of shit for property. As in, I'm not my same word. PDP is in the belly of the Atlantic Ocean as we speak. And what Wike and the people that are holding PDP down is doing, they are putting that platform together for Tinubu to have a walk through. If you are advocating for with your as leading to nowhere. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. So that's the question all of us really need to ask ourselves. This coalition, what on what platform are you going to mount it when the big wigs have agreed on the coalition? Where are you going to mount it? On what platform?
I'll leave it from. I'll take it from there. Firstly, thank you so much. You know, I've told you before, and I will say it again. You're one of the brightest minds on this Twitter street here. I respect your brilliance so much, so much. You are endowed on it, and I respect you. Now, 2014, memory serves me right. After PDP convention, Atiku and some persons left PDP. What is the reason? There was an agreement reached by the government of Jonathan that after his 4 years, he will not return and all that. That's fine. What Yowana said here is a mirror of what happens to most of the PDP people who believe very well that, you know, when people believe that for you to accept Christ, accept God, you have to go through Christ. That's the mentality of people. I think we even said it in Anambra during his presidential election during his campaign. He said he's like the means upon which Igbo man, not even Upio, an Igbo man can actualize presidency. Is there anybody can tell anything less than stupidity? That is one stupid thing Atiku has said severally. Atiku's mentality is, Big Daddy, Atiku's mentality is what Big Daddy believe that because the Fulani get land to do this thing, so they need to, the federal government must give their personal land of my father, they will do their business. Atiku believe that, that's the mentality they have, that they have conquered Nigeria. They have conquered Nigeria, and Nigeria is their footstool. They go put their leg on Nigeria, and that's how it is. Even if they remove Tinubu, which I don't believe that is a better character in terms of character-wise, not even leadership. On leadership, Tinubu has failed on leadership. On character-wise, Tinubu has failed completely, even before I met him. If it is removing Tinubu to bring another criminal entirely from an article, I said this thing in social space. Social have to remove me because I said this thing, and I will say it anytime I have opportunity to speak on it till I die. Nobody can stop me from speaking my mind. Only death. And even after death, I believe in Christ. I will resonate with Christ. That's honest truth. I will still say it in what I do with Christ. Atiku is a thief. You don't like it, that's fine. I don't want to say it to you to be happy. You don't let me know I don't say to people from university that I reach here. I don't fear anybody. I don't even fear death. That's what makes it interesting. So Atiku as a person is a thief. So removing Tinubu from bad government we are experiencing today and give it Atiku, it's like 5 and 6 and half a dozen. It's like saying, no, we don't like southern criminality. We prefer northern criminality. That's what we are saying. Tinubu is a known thief, and his government is a bad government. There's no argument about that. They're bringing Atiku to extend Tinubu. It's like I said, we don't know where we are going to. And that's why I cannot even blame Tinubu or blame Atiku again. Because over the last 50 years, since I was born, my grandfather complained about Nigeria. I used to buy newspaper. I moved to stay with my father. My father complained on 9 o'clock news every day. I one day asked my father, what did you do to change these things? My father looked at me and hissed. What does it mean? What is this young man talking about? But years after, he reminded me what I said to him when I became union leader, University of Benin. He reminded me what I told him. I said, that's the mentality I have. How do I change my system? How do I improve my system? How do I help the next person to be better? I don't care whether you're better past me. I don't care. But I want to be better as a human being, to succeed as a human being. That's my prayer. If you come and say you make success, I will be very happy for you. I don't care about myself. Say I need property, I need this. I don't care. And I will not, God knows I will not be in one place. However, years after, we are still complaining about everything my grandfather complained about in the early 90s. Everything my father complained about in the 2000s to in the 2017. He complained about all these things. And here I am, having a deck with the same people, the same criminals, to come and continue from Tinubu to Atiku. Are we not tired of poverty? Is that we don't love ourselves as human beings? What stops Nigerians to look for character that have done well in the individual endeavor? What stops Nigerians to look for individual person, whether the person is a Yoruba person, whether it's an Igbo person, whether it's an Hausa person? I don't even care. But you want to do politics with criminality, and you ask yourself, how did we get a system where we cannot even have children? Where we cannot have children go to good schools? Where you cannot even feed today you cannot even feed in Nigeria. Today you cannot feed. I don't even pick my phone again, because if I pick my phone, now death of calls on everything, because people will say, oh, this guy like to give, he like to give, because I like to give, then problem will come for you. These are people who are experiencing difficulties with real stories, real-time stories. So what is the way forward for Nigerians? Because they carry the character of Yohana and many other persons will be like, can we believe that Nigeria is a conquered territory and they have the right? It is through them that Igbo man can be president. It is through them Yoruba man can be president of Nigeria. It is through them that anybody can be anything they want to be. If it's not them, security will not stop. If it's them, security will stop. That's the mentality they have. So Nigeria need to ask themselves question: if you want to be a country and you want to live a society that works, what can we do differently? Should you be removing Tinubu and bringing an article because of Muslim, Christian, wherever it is? Are we not tired of playing agenda of religion or ethnicity? Since I was born, they were talking, oh, Muslim and Christian and Muslim. What has that got to do with our development as a people? Have we improved our life with this foolishness of religion and ethnicity? If Tinubu like, let me go and bring a Muslim, whatever it is, I don't care. What I care about is Tinubu doing those things that he's supposed to do as a president of Nigeria, even though he's a Muslim? Is Tinubu abusing the culture of Nigeria, even as a Muslim? These are fundamental questions that's more important to me. I don't care whether you are a Christian in my community. I don't even care where you come from. I don't even care. If my father was a Muslim, I would have been a Muslim by default. If my parents were Christians, because I'm a Christian, that's why I'd be a Christian. Don't make it look as if there's something extraordinary about it. So, in conclusion, Nigerians on their own need to be blaming themselves. We need to start blaming ourselves as a people, because if we want to see different kind of Nigeria that will work for every one of us, if we want to see different kind of leadership that will work for us, we need to go for it. Stop this Atiku Abubakar and Tinubu criminality. We'll stop this criminality that have not helped us as a people. We change it, because they cannot be doing the same thing and expect different results. That's just it. Thank you.
All right, follow the on.
Yeah, hi there, Deji. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll just keep it short. I don't think that any coalition is going to defeat Tinubu in 2027. Anybody that thinks that is possible is not getting his politics right. With what is going on in the South, with the governors who are defecting from the PDP, there is clearly no foundation for Obi to stand on, or anybody who is doing a coalition to stand on, to say he's going to win Tinubu. You don't even have the powers within INEC, unless you are ready to go the same way that APC wins elections. If not, there's no way, unfortunately. And because of that, I do not support the fact that Peter Obi should even be involved in contesting, because as it stands, if he contests and wins, he can only do 4 years. And I do not, as an obedient, I don't think that a 4-year presidency of Peter Obi would add value. It's not going to be enough time for him to do the reforms that we want. What I suggest Obi should do is just support the coalition, and when the power goes to the north, find a way and negotiate to be vice president at that time, so that when the 8 years is done, he can become president. By God's special grace, God will still give him keep him alive, and he will still be in the age. He will still be of age to be president at that time, if we still have a country by then. But for now, I do not advise him to stake his political capital. He can support whatever coalition they want to do if it is going to succeed and remove Tinubu, which I do not think is possible, because these people will go to any extreme. They will go to the extreme that some of us here will not be willing to get down to retain this power that they have stolen for Tinubu. Please, if you think I'm wrong, be my guest. Thank you. I yield.